because people failed to accept and explore the alternative hypothesis, which turned out to be factually correct.
Who does that? Who calls somebody by their first, middle, and last name? Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't that kind of culty? He's not Martin, but Martin Luther King. Contrary to what Republicans would like to imagine, Martin supported reparations and he supported affirmative action.
This is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
Any attempts by Republicans to make Martin into something their own is both false and a recipe for defeat. Now, it's hard to remember when the first accusations were made, but at least since the 1970s, probably well before that, there were claims that Martin was a communist, not a real doctor, and that he had sex orgy parties. In 1991, after around 2 decades of denial, Boston University finally admitted that Martin plagiarized parts of his PhD thesis. Boston University formed a committee to investigate the plagiarism and found that Martin stole, verbatim, 33% of his dissertation, 45% of the first half, and 21% of the second half from another Boston University student, Jack Boozer. And that's just what the committee found. I suspect if a more hostile committee was looking at Martin's thesis, they would have found more plagiarism than that. Not surprisingly, the Boston University committee did not recommend revoking King's doctorate, despite a third of it being proven to be plagiarized. But this makes perfect sense, given that his speeches were written by others. For example, Martin's I Have a Dream speech was written by Stanley Levison and Clarence Jones. So far from holding our saints to higher standards than everyone else, it appears we hold them to even lower standards. This past November of 2017, the FBI files on Martin documents 4 mistresses he had, an illegitimate child he had, along with the fact that he worked with dozens of communists for planning events and writing speeches. Now, these things don't really carry the same weight they used to, but if released back then, this information would have sunk the image of St. Martin and reveal him for what he was, a dime a dozen black preacher who wanted Gibbs, who was just smart enough to read speeches written by men smarter than him. Why do you even know about Martin? Why is this figure sainted? Why did Martin's rabble-rousing even reach the masses? Well, because powerful institutions wanted it to. Martin couldn't have done anything without the press and without the universities, because all the newsmen, and later on all the academics and all the school systems wanted Martin to be a central figure. Martin himself was just a shell. He didn't write most of his speeches, at least not the ones anyone cares about, and he faked his way through college and was just a theologian anyway, didn't even get a real degree. But he was polished enough to ape the talking points of the power elite that wanted an end to white spaces. And Martin, being a preacher and dressing up all this anti-white rhetoric, these claims of oppression in Christian language, that made it go down a lot easier. So why was he assassinated? Well, we can only speculate, but I think there's a clue in the FBI's dossier under the heading of Black Nationalist Terror. Quote, "One serious danger in the confrontation lies in the proposed action of the black nationalist groups which plans to attempt to seize the initiative and escalate the nonviolent demonstrations into violence. King has met with black nationalists and attempted to solicit their support. Stokely Carmichael of the Student Nonviolence Coordinating Committee, an extremist black nationalist organization, has conferred with King. Carmichael endorses the objectives of King and advises he will not oppose or interfere with the Washington Spring Project's plans for nonviolence. However, he also states his role will be governed by what the SNCC decides. King is aware of the possibility of violence because one of his aides proclaimed recently to the press, quote, 'Jail will be the safest place in Washington this spring.' However, in spite of this potentially explosive situation, King continues his plans. He adroitly uses this possibility as a lever to attempt to pressure Congress into action by warning that the Washington Spring Project may be the last chance in this country for peaceful change with respect to civil rights needs. My personal theory, the powers behind Martin didn't want him to start supporting violent action and thus discredit their whole movement, and decided that Martin would be more valuable as a martyr than letting him be a potential trouble source, and that's why they put someone up to kill him. That his communist activity could come out, that his sex orgies and adultery could come out, and that he could start becoming more radical. But that's a bit speculative, and while you may be tempted to call me a kook for entertaining such ideas, remember that the people saying that Martin was a communist, plagiarist, and engaged in sex orgies were called kooks back in their day too, and they ended up being right, unless you think the FBI is making all this stuff up. What's the point of all this? Even if Martin was just a frontman for powerful interests, weren't his goals noble? Wasn't he fighting against oppression? For all his personal moral failings, wasn't his cause just? Well, that would assume that the blacks were actually oppressed. There's nothing oppressive about segregation. All countries are segregate from each other. The US is segregate from Mexico. Greece is segregate from Turkey. Your home is segregate from your neighbor's home. The Dominican Republic is segregate from Haiti. Laos is segregate from Vietnam. And nobody says the Dominican Republic is being mean to Haiti by keeping them out. No, that's a country's right. And that's a people's right. But the idea that there was some kind of oppression even beyond this segregation, well, these are stories you're told as a child, back when your mind is highly malleable, when you don't criticize anything, when your teacher says something and you just accept it. You're told stories about how put upon blacks were in slavery and then in segregation. But this whole narrative was established long before most of the research I'll be citing here was ever even done. The narrative was put in place before the homework was done. And the research I have here mostly comes from the National Bureau of Economic Research, and if you want to read the papers yourselves, click on the description, click on the relevant articles, and then click on the paper cited for the point you want to look at. So let's start with something simple: height. Now, black people today are actually ever so slightly shorter than white people today. This is something not a lot of people know because they watch the NBA and they imagine that black people are taller. No, they're actually slightly shorter. But during slavery, the blacks were actually taller than their contemporary whites, and this is evidence that their nutrition was probably better than whites. And back in those days, your standard of living was very closely related to your nutrition, and this is evidence that, at least in terms of relevance to nutrition, blacks back then were better off than whites back then on the whole. But what about expropriated labor? As slaves, they had all the value of their labor taken from them. Well, we know that the profit rate on slaves was around 12.69%. That's how much profit was made on slaves. By contrast, short-term money loans, which is an indicator of the profitability of the rest of the economy, were about 9.98% over the same time period. Now, this is lower than slavery, but remember, the business receiving the loan has to be more profitable than the interest rate on the loan is in order to pay it back, which means that the profit for the economy at large was probably about the same as it was for slaves, which means slave labor was being expropriated about as much as non-slave labor. So in terms of alienated labor, the value of labor taken from the black slaves, it was about the same as for the rest of the economy. But weren't they worked brutal, inhumane hours? Well, no. Slaves only worked around 89% as many hours per year as whites, around 2,798 hours per year versus 3,130 that the whites worked. In fact, Trevon Logan compared the volume of cotton picked per day on his family farm versus cotton picked per day throughout the South back then. And he found that his children on his family farm picked 95% as much cotton per day as the slaves back then did. So the idea that slaves were pressed to work particularly hard sounds like a myth. It seems like they only worked around 5% harder than family farms in the 1970s did. What about breaking up families? Well, no doubt it did happen, and that's always terrible, but to what degree? I couldn't find data on how often slaves were deliberately broken up, but consider that according to Stephen Crawford in The Slave Family, A View from the Slave Narratives, 51.1% of black slaves had intact families. By comparison, in 2011, only 37% of blacks had intact families. Now, what's interesting about this is that I remember in school hearing stories about broken up families, but then in the stories about blacks heading north to escape slavery, it's always intact families escaping north. It's almost as if the abolitionists who were telling these stories about blacks escaping north forgot that they had also told stories about the black families being broken up, and so they lost track of the lie. What about rape? What about voracious slave owners raping black slave women? Well, from Thaddeus Russell in A Renegade History of the United States, he writes, quote, "Only 1.2% of the former slaves interviewed by the Works Progress Administration in the 1930s reported being raped by a master. Only 5.8% reported hearing about the rape of another slave, and only 4.5% said that one of their parents had been white. According to Fogel and Angerman, all of the available evidence taken together indicates that the share of Negro children fathered by whites on slave plantations probably averaged between 1 and 2%. Even Fogel and Angerman's most hostile critics concede that it was no more than 8%. There's also evidence of significant numbers of consensual relations between white men and slave women, which would make the percentage of slave children produced by rape even smaller. But even with these reported numbers, how much of that is just hearsay or crying rape for the pity points it gives you? And compare this to today, where 22% of black women report having been raped. But also, just do a pinch test. How many white men have any sexual interest in black women whatsoever? Not a whole lot. And it's not an insubstantial number of white men who, if they were literally just straight up offered sex by what is considered to be an attractive black woman, would just say no. This idea that white men were going out of their way to rape black women in large numbers, it seems implausible given how many white men generally don't find black women attractive and wouldn't even have sex with them if offered. And on the issue of literacy, in 1870, the first census with any data on black literacy, we know that 20.1% of blacks were literate. Now keep in mind that in that same year, Russia had a literacy rate of 15%, lower than that of the US blacks. And the continent of Africa didn't achieve a 20% literacy rate until around the 1950s. And this is the relevant context. Compared to what? If blacks had not been bought from Africa, what would their lives have been like as slaves within Africa? I have an article where I use economic data and data on the number of slaves within Africa to talk about this. Because keep in mind, the Atlantic slave trade was only around 10.15% of the whole African slave trade. That the slaves that were sold from Africa into the Americas was only 10.15% of the total African slave economy. 72% of the African slave trade was all within Africa itself, and the rest of the world took up the remainder. Around 18% of the slave economy was the rest of the world, mostly the Middle East and India. And this was from the years 1525 to 1866. And of course, prior to the Atlantic slave trade, well, 100% of the African slave trade was within Africa or around the Middle East. And based on the inelasticity of supply, which simply means that supply can't be increased in response to increase in demand, there's strong evidence that the number of slaves produced in Africa did not increase or decrease with fluctuations in foreign demand. That the number of slaves produced within Africa was a fixed amount, and those slaves were bought and sold around the world. And when the Atlantic slave trade was cut off, the number of slaves within Africa that were produced didn't go down. They just stayed in Africa, and the number of slaves in Africa increased, which means the Atlantic slave trade did not increase the number of slaves. That was a fixed quantity. So Martin loved to wax poetic about the immorality of slavery. Well, if whites hadn't bought slaves from those blacks within Africa, they would all still be in Africa today and would be much poorer in every measurable way. So the act of buying slaves and shipping them to the Americas was at worst a morally neutral act, but really it was the best thing that could have happened to these people, because they were going to be slaves either way. It was just a question of where. And the Americas, with the exception of a few Caribbean islands that were actually death camps, the Americas were a much better bet than the Middle East or remaining within Africa. So regarding reparations for slavery, what would that even mean? Would that mean that the blacks have to pay whites the differential between their standard of living in the US versus what their life would have been as a slave in Africa? No. The correct response for whites on the question of black slavery is you're welcome. But let's forget about slavery. Martin also liked to go on and on about the oppression blacks were facing at the time. Well, they weren't facing any systematic discrimination by the courts, not even in the Jim Crow South, compared to the way blacks are treated by the courts today. For first-time offenders, repeat offenders, black sentences were very similar to what they are today in terms of the racial ratios, even in the Deep South, where Jim Crow was supposedly the worst in Mississippi. Now, you can cite popular perception and black people throwing tantrums over having to follow the rules, and they did that back then and they do that now. But blacks throwing tantrums and cucky whites apologizing for them and writing speeches for them doesn't mean it's true, doesn't mean they're actually oppressed. Their complaining, their rage is not evidence that they're actually put upon. Because you can get mad and you can throw protests at will, whether something is unfair is being done to you or not. So the fact that they're having protests and that they feel put upon doesn't mean they're actually put upon. And in terms of going to prison as a multiple of whites, the ratio is much higher today than it was during segregation. This is also true for lynchings. The overrepresentation of blacks in lynchings was actually less than the current overrepresentation of blacks incarcerated for violent crimes today. Because remember, all these lynchings, they were all based on accused crime. The most common cause for lynching was cattle theft. Not whistling at a white woman. No, it was cattle theft was the most common cause for lynching. And the total number of people lynched or hanged publicly by a mob, that's all it is, was around 5,000 people. I'm not supporting this mob justice, just like I don't support slavery. I'm just pointing out that they were actually less racially biased than the current legal system is. What about poverty? Well, blacks were obviously much wealthier than Africans, and they were much wealthier than most people on the planet at the time. And one thing to note is that as far back as 1880, when you controlled for the region they were in, when you controlled for the type of labor that they were doing, blacks earned 89% of what whites earned. But also, there's no reason to assume that in a meritocracy, blacks and whites would earn the same amount. There's just no reason to think that. Unless you have some profound evidence to the contrary, blacks earning 50% of what whites earn could be totally fair, could be a totally fair reflection of what they're doing. One thing that teachers love to bring up is that blacks had lower school funding, and this is a real big deal for them because teachers love to tell you about how they're underfunded. Black schools, on average, had about half as much funding per pupil as white schools. And back in the day, you could have said this and imagined that once you equalize the funding for schools, that the race gaps would go away. But we've tried that. The funding has been equalized, in fact, more than equalized, and the race gaps are as wide as they ever were. Shockingly, teachers will tell you how they always need more money and that they're always underfunded and that a school being massively underfunded is going to result in lower scores, right? And they'll literally always say this. So this may seem like a plausible sounding idea, but the truth is schools today and probably back then could do with less than they're getting. And the underfunding of the black schools, yes, it happened, but the presumption that it mattered is, I think, just a kind of a myth that teachers who work in schools like to say. But then there's the whole premise of this is absurd. Did whites ever even owe blacks equal funding? After all, whites were paying virtually all the taxes, and whites in the South didn't even consider blacks to be real citizens since they acquired their citizenship through a constitutional convention where the southern states were represented by union-occupied state governments. They didn't have any voice in the passing of the constitutional amendment that granted black citizenships. The white southerners themselves never actually agreed to blacks becoming citizens. And that's the absurdity of Martin's moralizing. He's demanding the sun and the moon from southern whites who never agreed to be countrymen with blacks in the first place, but had it imposed upon them by what they considered to be an invading foreign power. A bunch of whites further north who, to rub salt in the wound a little bit, they didn't even have to actually live with these blacks. The whites in the South were the ones who are going to have to pay the price of black citizenship. And on top of all this, whites didn't even benefit from slavery, not even at the time. Now today, we know that the net fiscal effect of blacks, what they get from government minus their taxes paid, is around minus $300 billion per year. So whites are paying a very heavy price for slavery today. That's about half the defense budget. But even at the time, Southern investment was directed towards the dead end of slavery, a kind of feudalism, while in the North, all the investment was being diverted into industry. At most, you could say that blacks made a few plantation owners very wealthy by working on cash crops. But whatever wealth that the black slavery generated for a few really rich whites in the South, that was more than wiped out by the cost of the Civil War. And that's really the most important takeaway. Blacks benefited massively from being slaves in the US as opposed to being slaves anywhere else, while whites have been paying heavy price for it. Even at the time, whites did not benefit from slavery. From having the southeastern United States be a pre-industrial backwater to the cost of the Civil War, to having to deal with third world Gibbs voting of blacks in the US, to the direct financial cost of blacks in the US, the blacks have been nothing but a ball and chain around the neck of white America. So what was the noble goal that Martin wanted? Well, on top of US blacks being some of the wealthiest people on the planet, then and now, he was mad because they weren't as rich as the whites in the US. It's just envy. It's just greed. The black poverty Martin described in his speeches would be the life of kings outside of the US or Europe at the time. And given that blacks in the US at the time of Martin Luther King earned about 65% of what whites earned, that means they almost certainly had a higher standard of living than the average citizen of the Soviet Union, for example, the US's supposed mortal enemy, and a way higher standard of living than any Chinese or black African. But not just that. Martin didn't want just the money and the Gibbs and the stuff. No, Martin wanted to deny white spaces. Because whites like having their own pools. They like having their own churches. They like having their own schools free from the chaos that you get from black neighborhoods and black schools. Martin wasn't satisfied with just funding equality, with just getting the money from whites, with just taking their stuff. No, he wanted whites to let him into their clubs. I mean, what kind of a psycho thinks that way? This is not noble. This is not nice. This is not good. This is pushy and domineering and kind of sick. If someone doesn't like you, just stay out. What is your problem? What's wrong with you? Here's something most people don't realize. The 1964 Civil Rights Act didn't matter much because that just removed laws requiring discrimination. The big opposition to the civil rights movement, the forced association movement, came with the second act, which forced whites to allow blacks into their diners, into their churches, into their schools, into their pools, into their bowling lanes. What kind of a psycho thinks this way? What kind of psycho demands access to spaces set up by other people? Why can't us whites just have a place for us? Just have a space for us. You have the whole rest of the planet for you. This theater is for the whites. One thing people like to say is that it's prejudice. Well, look, if it was prejudice, prejudice, prejudging, well then whites in the North would have a much more negative view of blacks than whites in the South do. But it's exactly the opposite. The more lily white someplace is, the more positive their views on blacks are. Prior to general emancipation, the city of Philadelphia did not have any kind of legal segregation between the races. And there was no neighborhood in Philadelphia that was majority black. And this is because the blacks who went to Philadelphia prior to general emancipation were those who earned their freedom prior to general emancipation. They were the higher quality blacks that managed to get out of slavery before Lincoln gave it to everyone. Now, there are no polls on white opinions at the time. However, there's no evidence that the blacks of Philadelphia were especially criminal or especially shiftless, and there was no movement by the whites in Philadelphia to quarantine them, to segregate them, to ghettoize them. It wasn't until after the Civil War that you had the mass influx of former slave blacks from the South that Philadelphia started to introduce segregation laws against blacks, confining blacks to certain parts of the city, and of course those black areas very quickly turned into, well, Africa or Haiti. You know, wherever blacks take over an area, it turns into that. This was in response to the influx of the rest of the black population and learning about their ways, the ways of those that did not earn their freedom, but instead had it handed to them by Lincoln. And it was in response to the behavior, to the content of the character of these blacks that the whites in Philadelphia started to take action. It wasn't pre-Judice, it was post-Judice. It was a reaction to what they actually were. It was a response to the content of their character. For those like Martin who like to push the myth of prejudice, it's the exact opposite. Those with the most experience with the Negro, whites in the South, whites on the continent of Africa, are precisely those that form the most negative opinions of the Negro and support laws restraining him. Segregation, apartheid. If anti-Negro sentiment was a result of prejudice, as Martin seems to assume, then by all rights, whites in the North should be the most negative towards the Negro, and whites in the South should have the most positive views of the Negro, since they have the most experience with him. So what really can we say about St. Martin's Day? The man himself was a fraud. He was a front man for a larger movement, pretending to be some downtrodden preacher speaking truth to power when actually he was the agent of the powerful. His cause? Gibbs from Whitey and access to their clubs. This kind of childish, psychotic thinking was somehow transmuted into something noble and somehow conning whites into thinking that blacks were oppressed. They never were oppressed. Whites didn't enslave blacks. They bought them from other blacks in Africa and frankly gave them a better life in the Americas. A better life than most people in the world at the time had, than most of the serfs and peasants in Russia, China, and India had at the time. The alternative to this was that they would have remained not free, but slaves within Africa. By demanding things from whites, blacks are punishing whites for giving them this better life. Then whites freed the black slaves. In fact, ended slavery worldwide, but that's another topic for another time. And whites carved out segregate spaces for them, giving them their own neighborhoods, their own housing, their own schools. Not as good as what the whites had, but certainly better than what the typical Russian would have. But the blacks weren't happy with this. It wasn't enough. Sure, they were richer, they were living longer and healthier lives than most people in the world, but they were poorer than their immediate neighbors, the white Americans. They weren't keeping up with the Joneses, and they only earned anywhere from 60 to 70% of what whites earned earned depending on the year you look at. Now, despite the blacks not having even earned this, but being sort of handed this by the whites, the blacks wanted not only what the whites had, but demanded that whites not be able to keep them out of their spaces. Now, when groups are actually oppressed, like the Armenians or the Greeks under the Ottoman Empire, they want independence. They fight for independence. The blacks never wanted independence because they were never actually oppressed. They wanted just the opposite. They wanted an end to segregation within the United States, the exact opposite of independence. They wanted more stuff from whites. They wanted more contact with whites. They wanted the end of the barrier between black and white spaces. That somehow they got it in their head that they had a right to access to whites. Do Arabs have this problem? No. Even though the Arabs actually took in more black slaves than the whites did, the Arabs are off the hook because what the Arabs did is they castrated all the males and worked them to death. So nobody's demanding anything from the Arabs because they're all dead, right? No. If whites just outright exterminated all the blacks after the Civil War, would a non-existent black population be demanding all sorts of stuff from whites? No, they wouldn't. But because whites did not exterminate the black slaves like the Arabs did, now we must be punished. Now we must pay the price. We must pay a price that the Arabs don't have to pay because the Arabs exterminated all the blacks. If what I'm saying here seems hard to believe, look, how are the blacks today behaving? Whatever you think of me, whatever moral overlay you have on me, how are the blacks today behaving? They're behaving in a way that would only be defensible in the context of some sort of history of oppression. If you just looked at how they behave today and just took that in isolation, you would say that sort of as a group, they're shitty people. That's what you would say. It is only in the context of some sort of past oppression that you will see them as anything but just kind of shitty people. Now, what I'm saying is that the past is like today, that they were never oppressed back then, that being made to live in your own space away from whites, that's not oppression. You have your space, we have ours. Yes, your space is not going to be as good, but it's better than most spaces on the planet, and you have a right to improve it. The idea that they were never oppressed, that the way they behave now is the way they behaved back then, that should be your starting assumption. Anyone who wants to say that the past was radically deviant from how it is today in terms of how they behave, the burden has to be on them. If anything, my view shouldn't be called the alternative hypothesis, but really the default hypothesis. One thing that always stuck out at me like a sore thumb was how the white people in very lily-white states will lecture whites in the southeast US just how bad their negative views of black people are. And this always seemed a glaring falsification of the idea of prejudice, that white people with greater proximity towards blacks, but presumably this would work with other races, have a more negative view of those races than those whose views of other races is delivered to them electronically, or is informed by that black family that lives in their otherwise all-white neighborhood. And we've been over South Africa, how white people in the United Kingdom or in Holland and Western Europe sat in moral judgment with radically different views about what was going on in majority black South Africa, and how mean and prejudiced the whites in South Africa were being to set up laws designed to quarantine the blacks in South Africa. But now I want to go over a similar situation that happened in the United States. And I've read through, not necessarily cover to cover, but through several books about black people during what is called the Great Migration out of the South starting around 1890. And some of them talk about a single city, some talk about multiple cities, but it's all a variation on a theme about what happened in all these places. Before the end of slavery in the United States, only about 10% of the blacks in the US were freedmen. And it's very important to distinguish between these two groups of blacks. I will refer to the antebellum freedmen, or free blacks who got their freedom before the Civil War, and postbellum freedmen who got their freedom from Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. These are two very different groups, and they function very differently. The Emancipation Proclamation occurred in 1863, though it only really went into effect in 1865 when the war actually ended. And northern cities around 1800 had race segregation laws. Laws limiting voting, laws limiting kinds and forms of employment, laws limiting property that blacks could have. However, as you get into the 1830s and 1840s, not only do these laws go away, but at least according to the authors I read, they describe a more liberal spirit toward the Negro, quote-unquote, emerging. For example, in 1860, before the Civil War began a year later, there wasn't a single neighborhood in Detroit that was more than 50% black, i.e., there were no majority black neighborhoods. There was no black ghetto. In Chicago, 2/3 of blacks lived in majority white neighborhoods, and the majority black areas were not considered ghettos. But then the Great Migration happened. And this is a period from about 1890 to 1910 where postbellum blacks started a mass movement out of the South into northern cities. And in all of these accounts, like clockwork, they say that the cities began to go back to segregation in various forms. And it wasn't always by law that this happened, as was the case in the South, but sometimes by organization and norm. Restrictive covenants would do the trick, which was just a deal that if you sold your house or rented it, it had to be sold or rented to a white person. If that was struck down by a judge as illegal, another thing that kept white neighborhoods white was just pricing. Just like today, whites with money just bought nicer places, and very few blacks could afford a nice place. And even those blacks who could afford a nice place weren't really that bad to be around anyway, especially since this is before widespread affirmative action. So the rich areas don't really need segregation, which is perhaps why being racist, quote unquote, became more associated with poor whites, as it was the poor whites who actually had to deal with these post-bellum blacks on a regular basis. But if you didn't have money and the court struck down a restrictive covenant, well, then your home and your neighborhood got destroyed by these post-bellum blacks. And I say this now, and it's something considered really mean and racist to say, that you bring blacks into an area and that destroys the area. But all these authors back then chronicling at the times, they just said it like this, even the black ones, because back then the norm that you couldn't say what was clearly going on, what clearly happened when blacks moved into an area, the norm that you couldn't say that hadn't been established yet, nor did any of all the narratives we have. For example, all of these guys talk about post-bellum blacks being more criminal and prone to vice and indolence, and narratives regarding police bias hadn't developed yet, so they would just say that the blacks were more criminal and this was bad, and this made it difficult for good things to happen, for people to develop careers, and for people, it made it hard for a community to form and any kind of collective economic stability to occur. What's also funny is that they would say that slavery had something to do with the problems of the post-bellum black communities as they moved into the North, but they would say that it was the poor work ethic that they developed as slaves. Now, I know, and you could know if you wanted to, that black slaves in the South actually worked fewer hours per year than free white farmers did at the time, and certainly they weren't self-motivated. And I have a series talking about slavery that goes into all sorts of things like this, and it's linked in the description. But what's also interesting is that these guys writing about the past, they don't think as deterministically as sociologists do today. For example, an explanation for why a group behaves a certain way could be just that that group chose to act that way. Why did a person mug this other person? Well, because you chose to be immoral and you chose to do that. Why are so many blacks in these northern cities engaging in vice and indolence? Well, because they are doing that. They made the choice to do that. That's not a way modern sociologists tend to think. They could just look at a group behaving a certain way and say that that group shouldn't be behaving that way, and that the solution is to muster up the will to stop behaving that way. Sociologists today definitely do not think like this. To them, everything is ultimately determined by circumstance, however complicated it may seem. Now, ending that digression, the same thing that happened into cities like Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, and New York also happened on the West Coast a little bit, in San Francisco and Portland, Oregon in World War II, when blacks started moving in to help with the naval buildup. San Francisco went from 5,000 blacks in 1940 to 40,000 blacks in 1950, and over that time, there became more restrictive covenants and white-only stores and restaurants throughout San Francisco. Now, segregation on the West Coast isn't as well known because the Civil Rights Act was passed 15 years later due to the influx of European Jews to the United States after World War II. But for a brief period, it also happened on West Coast cities as well, illustrating, and that's important because it illustrates that this is a universal phenomenon. This is not something specific to southern cities or the South in general, or to northern cities at a specific place in time, but it also occurred in the West Coast. It also occurred in South Africa. This is a universal phenomenon. When blacks move in, whites have an instinctive reaction to segregate somehow. And today, the way whites segregate is different. It has to do with the buildup of the suburbs and leaving the cities, and the cities become what they become. So why did all of this happen? Why did all of these cities go from being open to blacks before the 1890s to being closed to blacks once the post-bellum freedmen started moving in? Well, there's a true dichotomy of explanation here. One is the obvious explanation that pops out at you, and the other is circles within circles retardation. So we'll skip the shit-lib circus explanation here, and we'll just go with what actually happened. The antebellum, right? Remember, the antebellum freedmen were the blacks who found a way to not be slaves, either buying it or doing a favor or whatever it is they had to do to find a way to stop being slaves. And so the difficulty of becoming a freedman before 1865, however difficult that was, I'm not exactly sure how hard that was, but whatever difficulty that was, that served as a filter. And I'm just gonna have to be kind of rude about this, but it was obviously the higher quality blacks who managed to achieve freedom before general emancipation. This couldn't not be the case. It wasn't going to be on average worse quality people who managed to earn their freedom before general emancipation. Now sure, there could be some who just got lucky, but on the whole, the 10% of blacks who got their freedom were going to be smarter, better able to delay gratification, better able to plan ahead than the blacks who didn't manage to get their freedom before 1865. Unfortunately, statistics back then weren't as detailed as they are now, and it would be unlikely that the blacks in Detroit or Philadelphia in 1850, 13 years before Lincoln's General Emancipation Proclamation, would be exactly as wealthy as their fellow whites at the time were. Maybe the antebellum blacks were slightly poor or slightly wealthier than their white peers in these cities, but the general perception was that of equality. So whatever the slight difference was, in whatever direction it went, wasn't noticeable to people at the time, or to people chronicling what was going on. And we can do some fuzzy math to get an idea of what free black IQ would have been back then. Now, one problem is that black slaves were mostly illiterate back then. Only about 20% could read, which was higher than the world average, also higher than Russia at the time, which was 15%. So black slaves, in a global sense, had it pretty good in terms of being literate. But what this means, though, when comparing IQs, we're really talking about a kind of genetic IQ potential, or what their IQs would have been if they weren't illiterate. So blacks today, their mean IQ is around 85 with a standard deviation of 13. So the top, not 15. So the top 10% of blacks today would start at an IQ of 101.6, slightly above the white average. However, the selection for IQ in earning freedom probably wasn't as strong, as again, there would be those blacks who just got lucky, and there would also be some really smart blacks who couldn't earn their freedom because their lord just wouldn't loosen his grip at all. And so if this number here isn't so much a minimum but an average, well then we're looking at antebellum freedmen having an IQ of around 102. Now, if you think that the mean black genetic IQ was only 83 back then, because they had less white admixture at them, which is going to pull up, the average black, quote-unquote, IQ, as blacks today are about 24% European by admixture, and of course we're dealing with racial hereditary assumptions, then by my assumptions here, we would predict the IQ of antebellum freedmen to have an average IQ of around 99.7. So these 10% of the blacks who were able to earn their freedom before the Civil War probably represented around the top 20% of blacks in terms of intelligence, ability to plan ahead, delay gratification, self-control, etc. And we're not going to have trait regression to the mean that I talked about previously, because being able to earn your freedom isn't necessarily just selecting for IQ, but also selecting for these other things that you need to have in order to earn your freedom. Normally, when you have a black person with an IQ of 100, he still tends to have lower self-control, lower ability to plan ahead, lower ability to think abstractly than a white person with a similar IQ. So normally I would say if you have a population of blacks with an IQ of 100, they're still going to be slightly lower, not quite as low as the black average and all these other traits, but they're going to sort of fall back on other personality traits. And this is just kind of a statistical phenomenon. When you have a massive deviation from the population you're from, the other traits tend to sort of go down in what I call trait mountain. However, in the case of the antebellum freedmen, because the filter itself is not necessarily just filtering for IQ, we don't know for sure what exactly it's filtering, trait mountain probably did not exist with the antebellum freedmen, and that they were probably, in terms of all their personality traits across the board, not just IQ, they were probably about on par with whites. So what appears to have happened is that a population of blacks that was uncannily similar in their behavior to whites moved into northern cities. And guess what happened? They were treated like white people. Not right away. It took about a generation, fair enough, but there it was. And Thomas Sowell, throughout Black Rednecks and White Liberals, laments the Great Migration from the South that destroyed the situation where whites and blacks in northern cities actually were equal and actually did get along in due course. Because what is Thomas Sowell? Thomas Sowell is a black white person. He's a white person that just happens to be black. And he sees an aperture of history where all his hopes and dreams actually happened, where you had actual racial equality. And it wasn't some retard political movement blithering about equality and justice, but from genetic similarity and fair treatment in a meritocratic society. It was a time and place where the beliefs about race that white conservatives today have actually were true and actually did happen, where you had the talented 20th of blacks who pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and integrated and became part of white society. The old Republican dream made real. And as I said before, the bog standard oppression narratives we have today didn't exist back then. For example, high black criminality of recent black immigrants to Philadelphia, they wouldn't say, oh, the cops, they're just out to get the Negro. Because first off, they'd have to explain why the cops are unfairly targeting the post-bellum freed blacks, when the cops obviously didn't target the antebellum freed blacks previously. And also because the whole meme about the police being particularly biased against blacks just hadn't been invented yet. And this also might be because there hadn't been much time since the blacks moved out of the South in the 1890s. So one could imagine that in time, these new blacks in Philadelphia would come to behave like the old ones did, which is to say, like white people. But start getting into the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, and this is just not happening. So now, all the environmental determinists, they need new theories. Now, you and I sitting here, we have what is today some special knowledge. Not special because we're particularly smart, but just because we happen to know a single thing that makes explaining the world so much easier. That is race differences in intelligence and all the traits that ride with intelligence and their genetic component. These average racial differences being primarily genetic, around 80% for IQ and probably even higher for self-control and ability to plan ahead. And so it's this strange kabuki theater where we can very easily see and explain what's going on, but to have to sit back and watch as the wizards on the stage there try to explain a genetic phenomenon without reference to genes. It reminds me of cities that have used predictive policing algorithms, and what ends up happening is the algorithm just tells them to send cops into black and, to a lesser extent, Hispanic neighborhoods. And I went over this in a video I made a while ago called The Rise of the Racist Robots. So they forbid the algorithm to use race as a criteria, and so the algorithm ends up telling the police to go into areas that have a lot of menthol sales and have liquor stores with check cashing services. And so they end up just telling police to do the same thing as when they explicitly use race. The algorithm finds a way to racially profile even if you say you can't racially profile. They find the correlates and end up telling you to do the same thing. And that's kind of what sociologists do, trying to explain racial equality in everything when they forbid genetic explanations. Of course, their environmental explanations always fail, and so they're always changing. So we're sitting here at the theater watching this retard trying to figure out this problem, and we keep telling him it's the genes, stupid. And when we say that, he screams at us and calls us racist for saying that, asks us what our credentials are, and then comes up with four-dimensional hyperloop white privilege inferred from quantum entanglement and his super fragile explanation will, of course, last for about 10 years until some new trend shows up and shatters it. Meanwhile, we're sitting here in the theater yelling at these bozos, "It's the genes, stupid. Don't you believe in evolution?" The same explanation that explained what was going on in 1890 explains what's going on in 1990, and you're coming along with all these new exotic theories that get shattered over and over and over again because you just cannot bring yourself to believe in evolution and genes. All these perturbations and all these problems you're having to come up with, such complex theories to explain what can very simply and easily be explained by humans evolved in different places, and humans evolved adaptations to these different places. One of those adaptations was brain functions. And so they start off by saying that the great mass of black immigrants will just integrate just like the antebellum freedmen did. The postbellum freedmen will integrate just like the antebellum freedmen did. But then that doesn't happen. So then they move to the belief that, well, it's segregation and the Jim Crow laws and all the norms that are causing the poverty and the criminality of these blacks. Never did they imagine that they might have cause and effect reversed here, that segregation is really a form of quarantine and white people practicing civilizational self-defense, but never mind that for now. So we get the Civil Rights Act. And at the time, people who started pushing for racial quotas, what we call affirmative action, they believed that they would become unnecessary in about 10 years, 15 years at the most. And we've seen how that played out. But why wouldn't they think that? If segregation's the problem, and in addition to ending segregation, you're also giving racial quotas and privileges, well, damn if we don't make some serious progress towards this great thing we're supposed to want, which is racial equality. Well, we're 53 years on from that, and there's been virtually zero progress towards this goal we're supposed to have of racial equality. And our brilliant intellectuals, all of our wizards, have come up with these new and exotic forms of white privilege, implicit racism, how implicit bias perpetuates white supremacy, and the whole fucking word salad. And of course, our great intellectuals, they don't deny genetic differences between two individuals. No. Sure, some people, by dint of their genes, will be better at math than other individuals. That is something that is so experientially true that when trying to teach a new math concept to two people in the same classroom for the first time, that we have seen one person just gets it and the other person doesn't, and over and over and over again. One person gets it, the other person doesn't. And to deny this experienced visceral reality, it would just break all of your credulity and people would just stop listening to you. And of course, if you look at two groups of individuals, maybe people from the east side of the tracks versus the west side of the train tracks, there would be some genetic difference in average intellectual abilities between these two arbitrarily defined groups. Don't know exactly what it would be, but certainly there would be some difference, right? These great intellectuals, they have to accept that because this is obviously true. If you took two random groups of people, there would be some average intellectual difference. But as soon as the groups you're drawing lines around happen to correspond to the historical colloquial races, then stop. No, those must be the same. As soon as the groups you draw the lines around become the races or correspond with the races, then they're the same. Individual genetic differences? Sure. Arbitrarily defined group genetic differences? Sure. But if those arbitrarily defined groups correspond to the colloquial races, then they must be the same. And I say this, and it's really stupid what this is, what they do, how they think. And it's maddening for me to try to explain this to normal people, because these wizards who deny genetic differences between the races, they are so balls in your face stupid that literally the whole of social science in 90% of universities are literally as stupid as I'm describing here, that it's hard for the average Joe to believe it. It's so big, it's so balls in your face stupid that the average Joe just doesn't believe me. There's no way that these fucking wizards could be so dumb. Because it's so big, it's so many universities. I'm talking about Harvard, Yale, I'm talking big fucking names. And I'm saying it's this obviously stupid. They're making an error this obviously stupid for so long. And I say this and people just, it's too much. If this were true, someone would have called it out a long time ago. That's how the average person thinks. And I can't blame them for thinking that way. And what's also difficult is that when you're talking to a low IQ person, they like to use low IQ indicators to figure out what's true and false. This means, university tenure. This means credential. Who's the academic? Say I'm arguing with an academic. The arguments will eventually become technical. Now, never mind that the person I'm arguing with, his position is literally impossible once you accept freshman level genetics concepts. The fact is, he can spin jargon, and I can respond to his spun jargon, and we're both saying things that the audience doesn't understand. And so the listener ends up just going with, well, I don't understand either of these guys, but one is a credentialed academic, the other is just some guy on the internet, so I'll go with the credentialed academic. Even though the people who actually study this particular topic on race differences in intelligence agree more with me than they do with the fucking wizards. Okay, there's actually surveys on intelligence researchers. No, guess what? They agree with me, not with, the wizards of Lysenko. And that's also kind of why I've been trying to get some academics to openly support what I say, not because they necessarily have some great arguments to add, though sometimes they do, but primarily I need those funny hats. Right? I need to be able to say, look, we got a wizard hat here, and I can put on, and I can sort of, put on the wizard hat and say, look, I'm an academic now, all right? Or at least I'm endorsed by these particular academics. So I got the wizard hat, he got the wizard hat. So now can we move past funny hats and talk about the topic itself? So, and I've spent years going on about twin studies and inferring heritability and subtest heritability differences, looking at mixed populations and what is the most parsimonious explanation, going down into frickin' South American countries and looking at granular distributions of admixture, showing, very clear trends in mixed populations. And any honest observer will go through this ocean of evidence that we've been building up, and they will just say, yes, evolution happened in humans above the neck in the past 100,000 years. And there's regional differentiation, right? There is, in fact, divergent evolution. Just as with skin color, just as with every other part of the body, there was also divergent evolution regarding the brain. And not just size and shape, which has been confirmed nowadays through MRI scans. Gould was wrong, Gould lied, right? There are differences in brain morphology today. And surprise, surprise, these differences in brain morphology seem to correspond to some differences in function, just as you would predict with literally any other animal being studied. And now we're actually finding within population validated gene correlates with intelligence that differ by population. And a while ago, and it's been a meme for so long, at least among me and my little group, that we would joke about idiots who think you have to find the genes to infer heritability. And that's really stupid, right? Because you would deny basically the heritability of any trait before we could ever find any gene for anything. And you would say, well, we have no idea if heredity even exists because you gotta always find the gene. And just how stupid that is. But we're at the door of literally being able to find the gene for population differences and individual differences in intelligence right now. And sure, they try to dismiss the work of David Piffer. They'll find some problems with the study, and guess what? Every study has problems, right? Finding some imperfection in a study doesn't. And I've argued about that and how Piffer's work is perfectly valid. But even if you forget all that, even if you say Piffer's full of crap, even if you say all the criticisms are sustained, any rebuttal of the criticisms are all bogus, even if Piffer is totally off base, boy, are these people missing the point. Piffer is just the first swing of the axe, buddy. There's a lot more swings coming, and this door is splintering apart. Even if Piffer didn't make the breakthrough, Piffer's just one guy. Piffer's just the first swing. And we're going to be in a situation where we've built a society on assumptions of racial equality, and then 20 years later, we'll have something like the 23andMe thing, except it tells you something like a genetic intelligence potential or genetic intelligence value. And we're going to be in a very strange situation where you have all of the wizards casting the spells of environmental determinism when we actually have uncovered the genes. And guess what? They're going to differ by population. There's no way they can't. There's no way they won't. And like with the genetic ancestry data, it's very much like that situation in a skit on Family Guy with Peter and Quagmire, where Peter kept saying something inane, and Quagmire just goes, you know what? I'm just going to move the conversation forward. And then Quagmire did. He talked about what we should do based on X. When Peter kept on denying X, Quagmire just said, you know what, we're just gonna go forward. X is true, let's talk about it now. Right? And that's kind of what happened with race denial and the 23andMe stuff. You had these goobers saying race doesn't exist because I don't know what categories are, and I like to say more variation within the between because I don't know what genetic drift or the difference between coding and non-coding sequences are, right? Just they'll just say these garbage race denial arguments, and then meanwhile you had these companies that were kind of like Quagmire, where they just said, okay buddy, anyway, meanwhile here's a genetic test that'll just tell you your race, right? So I mean, it's over. Like we've moved the conversation forward. People who are denying race, they're like Peter in this skit, right? Okay, well, and anyway, companies like Ancestry.com and 23andMe, they've just skipped. They just said, yeah, we're moving the conversation forward. Here's how we're actually going to delineate the races here. And they might not say races, they'll say populations or whatever. Kind of like Neil Cavalli Sforza had a book called The Races of Man. It was published in the 1970s, and later it was republished, but the publisher was saying, oh, you can't use race. And so he literally had it in a Word document and did a global word replace population with race. and he sent it in. It was literally just a global, like you would do on a Word document. That's literally all he did. Right, so anyways, so no doubt, even when you have the equivalent of a Ancestry.com test or 23andMe genetic test that gives you a genetic intelligence value, no doubt that even then you'll have the wizards come out and say, somehow that's not real, somehow this doesn't say what it says, and just as people today don't deny biological race, that's kind of a non-starter. By the time we get to that point, the whole denial of a genetic intelligence value is just going to be a non-starter, because there's just going to be a fucking app. We're just going to have an app that'll tell you this stuff, and people will use the app, and they won't need to use statistical arguments to viscerally experience the truth of it. They'll give somebody a genetic intelligence test, and it'll just be true. It'll say this guy's a 100 IQ person, this person's a 130 IQ person, and the difference will be overwhelming and immediate and obvious that this is true. They won't have to use statistical tables or charts or regressions or chi-squares or anything like that. They will experience it and it'll be true, and that'll be the end of this whole stupid thing. And all the people who deny race differences in intelligence, they're just going to be like Peter on that couch. But anyway, back to the myth of prejudice. We know that the United States has lost many of its cities. All these European countries, they like to chide the United States about how their cities are functional. Even places like Portland, Oregon, or Pittsburgh, that are still majority white for whatever reason, they're rated as some of the nicest cities to live in. And European countries will laugh at the United States. Why don't your cities work? Why don't you have nice mass transit? Or Japan will say, why don't your cities work? Why aren't you all spread out into suburban sprawl? And in the past, in the United States, you had the real city. And then you had the quarantined area where when the blacks moved into these northern cities, in order to keep the cities functional, these post-bellum blacks had to be quarantined. But in 1965, at the latest, and in some places it was even sooner, the quarantine was broken, and the civilizational self-defense of whites was made illegal. And blacks took over most of these cities, and these cities became as of Africa. And when someone blathers about oppression and racism, look, what happened in Detroit, what happened in St. Louis, what happened in the south side of Chicago, this is exactly what the segregationists said would happen, and this is what they were trying to prevent.
Did you know the Nigerians govern a sector of space occupied by several different humanoid species?
If we say yes, will you feed us?
One of those species is the Benkarans. They occupy just 10% of Nigerian space, but take up nearly 80% of the space in Nigerian prisons.
Maybe they commit more crimes.
So we're seeing a large amount of black mob violence. If that sounds rough, well, look at the videos. Are these not in fact mobs? Well, they look like mobs to me. If this is not a mob, I don't know what you would call a mob. Okay, are they black? Well, they look mostly black to me. I know there's kind of a psyop going on, say, oh, it's white people who did this somehow. I don't know how on earth they're trying to pull that off. Okay, are they violent? Well, they look violent to me. Okay, violent black mobs, true. There's nothing incorrect in pointing that out. What triggered these riots? Well, a news event. Okay, what is news? What is news? Is it anything that I say? Is it anything that your friend says? Is it, some people may say in the colloquial sense, oh, that's news to me. But when we say news with a capital N, we're really talking about something that is said by specific organizations that are promoted by the government, promoted by universities, promoted by NGOs, and treated as authoritative by these institutions. And that's part of promotion, is treating as authoritarian. And you know who I'm talking about. CNN, NBC, Fox, ABC, New York Times, Washington Times, Washington Post, LA Times, the usual suspects. So we know what capital N news is. They're sort of like text and video blog platforms, and they give jobs to people with journalism majors from certain universities that control the supply of the journalism majors that go into these places. These journalism majors who write these stories, and they give their ice cold takes in front of cameras, they're easy to control because they, with a very few exceptions, can't get an audience on their own. And that's perfect. That makes them easy to control because they're sort of locked into their career as a journalism major working for CNN, for example. And these groups, these sort of text and video blog groups like CNN, they have been elevated by other institutions. And I don't know if there's some grand conspiracy about this, but the effect is that they control what the public is thinking about. That's the effect. Whether it's planned, whether it just sort of happened, whether it's emergent, doesn't matter. The effect is that they operate to control what the public is thinking about and what facts they know. In early YouTube, I've been around long enough to know about the pre-Google YouTube. The CNN channel, the New York Times channel, they couldn't draw flies to poop. Nobody cared about what they had to say about anything. Only later, when YouTube and Google became publishers and started to elevate these, what I'm going to call the highly controlled blog and video groups like CNN, then they got people to see it and start taking them seriously again. Otherwise, if not for Google and the real power structure promoting these blog and video groups, you'd just watch independent journalists dumping raw feeds, and there'd be nobody to tell you how to feel about anything or select which facts you're supposed to know. It'd just be sort of a random mishmash of stuff that people happen to record as they're walking around, sort of citizen journalists. Now, this is the context in which people like Mike Cernovich or Mitt Romney are speaking. They're speaking on the topics which this sort of controlled media tells them that they should care about. Now, in 2019, there were 370 whites who were shot to death by police, 235 blacks, 158 Hispanics, 39 other, and 202 of unknown race who were shot and killed by police. This averages to about 2.75 per day, so, if all these are treated equally, you should be hearing about 2 to 3 police shootings per day, and a few other deaths by other methods. Most of it's done by shootings. That's how police actually kill people. But, in this case of George Floyd, that's actually not a shooting. But most of the time it's a shooting. But you're not hearing about them. You hear about selected instances which are selected for you to tell you what to care about and how to feel about it. This is also sort of why it's basically impossible that this is some sort of revolutionary action against the system, right? When the system, quote unquote, is telling you precisely to care about this. And they're telling the police to stand down and let you destroy, people's lives in destroying their businesses and destroying their livelihoods and stuff. Target will be fine. They have insurance. They're a big corporation. And even if that fails, they'll be bailed out by Congress. So, going after Target or going after Walmart or anything is not going to have any effect because they're part of this. They're part of the system and they'll be protected. The people you're destroying are the small businesses, right? Would you have heard about Floyd George or George Floyd if it wasn't on the news, quote unquote, on the news? Of course not. An event you otherwise never would have heard about becomes elevated and then made important. And CNN, NBC, New York Times, Fox, they're all the same. They all report the same stories because they're not actually independent meaningfully. They serve the same function. That's why you can say something like, I heard it on the news, because they're all the same. It's the same news. They're controlled the same way and they serve the same function. And it doesn't matter who's writing the stories. In fact, you probably have no idea who writes any particular story. You just see that CNN tag and that's all that matters. It doesn't matter because they're all just compliant journalism majors. They're interchangeable, and they were pre-filtered by the process of getting a journalism degree. They're actually a kind of bureaucrat. And that's why these news outlets have a bureaucratic feel to them, because that's precisely what they are. Now, regarding police shootings, which is most of police killings, the case of Floyd George, he wasn't shot, but whatever, we're talking about police killings, and the main way police kill people is by shooting. So the data on police shootings is going to reflect overall police killings. Blacks are, of course, overrepresented compared to their number. Okay, but they're not overrepresented based on homicide rate or as a percentage of people who shot the police. Blacks, 12.6% of the US population in 2019, but 29.3% of the people killed by cops where the race is known were black. However, blacks made up 34.09% of cop killers where the race is known. Whites and Hispanics combined make up 65.83% of the people killed by cops in shootings, and made up 63.64% of cop killers. In terms of the cop killers, the FBI doesn't distinguish whites from Hispanics, so the cop killer number is a combination of whites and Hispanics. If you separated whites from Hispanics, I suspect the white proportion in isolation would be lower. So it seems to line up, at least in the big picture. Blacks appear to simply be more aggressive towards cops if the rate of cop killing is a good indicator of overall aggression. Not saying that this is justified or anything, but it's a case against racial bias. Cops can still be assholes generally, they could be, but the point here is a racial bias. And whenever you do a proper analysis of data on this, racial bias doesn't come out once you consider behavior of groups, of demographic groups. So when a story piece is pushed by the controlled media, they only push one type of event, and that is when a white cop kills a black victim. Or in the case of Ahmaud Arbery, it's white people killing a black man. Now, assuming all cops are white, which they're not, but if we assumed all cops are white, that would only happen 29% of the time in terms of who's killing who. Now, in 2018, don't have data from 2019, in 2018, whites and Hispanics were 77.1% of all police officers. If officers have an even racial distribution, this means that in all likelihood, only 22.38% of police killings involve white or Hispanic officers and a black victim. But in reality, black neighborhoods tend to have blacker police forces. Not as black as the neighborhoods they're policing. Police, as a rule, are whiter than the general population, but blacks are probably more likely to deal with a black cop than white people are. And since black cops are actually more likely than white cops to shoot a black person in a given encounter, this would all mean that the percentage of police killings that involve a white cop and a black victim is going to be less than 22.38% of the time. Also, take out the Hispanic number, whatever that is, it's going to be less as a result of that as well. So I don't know what the exact number is. It's probably going to be somewhere around 17% of all police killings involve a non-Hispanic white cop and a black victim. Although that's just an estimate based on percentages of the population. But we know for a fact that it's no more than 29%, absolutely. And it's probably no more than 22.38%, almost certainly no more than 22.38%. And given the Hispanic proportion of the quote-unquote white cops, it's going to be less than that. And also given the fact that black people are more likely to interact with a black cop than a white person, that's going to drive that down even as non-Hispanic whites as a percentage of the cops who shoot blacks. And yet, that scenario where a non-Hispanic white cop kills a black person, that is all you ever see. That is the only scenario that is presented to you by the journalism major clubs. The question you should be asking is, why do these interchangeable journalism majors who work at controlled media orgs only highlight killings with a white cop and a black victim, when it happens that combination probably only around 17% of the time? Those who think that by protesting this, that you are fighting the system, honey, this is a system narrative that was presented to you. They want you mad about this. The only reason you are mad about this is because this was picked and highlighted and presented to you. That's why they're showing you this. Because Joe Biden is a trash candidate and they need to gin you up to vote for him, okay? You're being ginned up to believe in unreality because they need you to vote for a guy who has dementia, Joe. And that's why Donald Trump is sending the DOJ after those white guys who shot Ahmaud Arbery. Because Trump wants you to think he's on your side. He's not, and neither is Biden. But all this is just a game to get you ginned up to vote for Biden, and Trump is trying to counter that by posturing that he's on your side. Consider the free cash Trump mailed out that blacks got at disproportionate rates. The establishment doesn't want Trump, even though Trump isn't really doing anything meaningful to destroy the establishment, but they still don't like him. They want dementia head Biden because he's controllable, right? Just like the journalism majors at the alphabet soup controlled media orgs. They like having those journalism majors who can't make it on their own because then they're bound to the quote-unquote news agency like CNN, and they can then be controlled, and they then toe the line. They don't get too creative. They don't strike out on their own. They're in sort of the New York Times, Fox, NBC, CNN sort of plantation, that whole sort of system. And so they're presenting you with white cop, black victim stories in order to get you hopped up and angry, even though these are extremely rare events and don't even reflect racial bias once black behavior is taken into account. If you compare the percent of blacks killed by cops versus the blacks who commit homicides, blacks commit consistently about half of all homicides where the race of the perpetrator is known, and this is far less than the percentage that blacks make up among those killed by the cops. And I use homicide as an indicator of general criminality because with things like robbery and assault and rape, these are all subject to reporting variance and police leniency. And with homicide, there's no judgment call. There's a dead body, the crime happened. The only issue with homicide is who done it, but that's also a problem with any other crime. Homicide is at least free of the problem of determining if a crime occurred. So the closest lifeline to reality in terms of race differences in general criminality is going to be the homicide number. Now, one thing, and my opponents will bring up, are simulation experiments showing police bias against blacks. And, it looks like they have a point. Let me present the most recent and, in my opinion, the best one. It's the best one because it has the biggest sample size, it has the most sophisticated method. There's all sorts of reasons, and I'll explain it. This is from Lois James et al. In 2016. And he took 80 police officers, randomly selected police officers, and put them through 1,517 reaction scenarios where they were put in a sound-deadened room with HD screen and a light gun, right? So they had a light gun that they pointed at the screen, and it emitted a muzzle flash, and it fired a blank. So it would bang, it sounded like a gun. And then the screen would register where the police shot. The police must react to various scenarios presented to them, which involves white and black citizens. It's a controlled environment where the white and black actors on the screen behave identically, and they look at how the cops, right, I think 40 of them were presented scenarios with blacks, 40% of them were presented scenarios with whites. And the HD screens are large enough that they are life-size. The cop must then decide very quickly where and if to shoot. Now, in terms of speed of reaction in the cop shooting the person on the screen from a given baseline, they take 1.32 seconds to shoot the white person, but they only take 1.09 seconds to shoot the black person. Okay, so that looks like they're more trigger happy in shooting black people. What about error rates when the police shot someone in error when the citizen was not about to attack the officer? That is, they killed what is, according to the scenario, an innocent person. Well, they shot blacks in error 14% of the time, but they shot whites in error only 1% of the time, or in absolute numbers of all the simulations. The police shot whites in error 2 times, but blacks in error 54 times. Okay, so that looks like some anti-black racial bias. So this simulation data is evidence of some anti-black bias in the police force. Assuming these are a representative sample of police generally, we more or less extrapolate this onto all police, evidence of an anti-black bias. In a controlled setting, given identical behavior, cops will shoot blacks more, at least in a simulation. But consider that, based on homicide rates and the rates at which blacks kill cops, this may actually be a reflection of experience that ends up being unfair to black people who aren't violent, which is to say, most black people. So if you're a black person, but you're not aggressive or violent, then you're gonna suffer from this, right? Simply because cops are, quite frankly, playing the odds. Oh wait, I messed that up. I got the races mixed up in the simulation. Oh yeah, that's right. Cops were 14 times more likely to shoot a white non-violent citizen. Okay. Yeah, and they actually had the faster reaction time when shooting whites than when shooting blacks. Whoops. I got that mixed up. Well, what do you know? In a simulation setting, cops are more trigger happy against whites than against blacks. Well, there it is. There we have evidence of anti-white bias among police. Now, certainly if you accepted the simulation results as evidence of anti-black bias when the results were reversed, well, now you'll accept it as evidence of anti-white bias, right? I mean, you wouldn't start straining to find some methodological problem with it now that you know what the results are. I mean, you're not that predictable, are you? Now, you may be watching this and wanting me to talk specifically about Floyd George or Ahmaud Arbery or whatever. And okay, I'll go ahead. Here's the interracial homicide instances, black on white and white on black. And the Ahmaud Arbery is one of the whites killing blacks. So there it is. And here's the people killed by police in 2020. Floyd George is one of those. All right, I talked about those. In fact, I talk about these episodes more than they deserve. Right there was more than they deserve. If you're talking about these individual instances any more than I've talked about, you're giving it way more attention than it deserves. You're being controlled by institutional media, controlled media, that is putting these episodes in front of you and telling you what to care about and telling you what you're supposed to know. While we're talking about simulations, let's talk about a simulation involving other things, or simulations involving other things where blacks and whites engage in identical behavior and how they're evaluated. L.J. Zigarell did a fun paper looking at 17 experiments that he could find that looked at how black and white people were treated and evaluated given otherwise identical behaviors or characteristics. So one of the papers he looked at was Prager and Fries, 2003, and he asked people how much government help this guy Michael, should get based on all sorts of factors: employment, age, inheritance, criminal record. Both groups offered to give Michael more money, but both whites and blacks said that Michael should get more money if Michael was black. In the black condition, they both showed a pro-black bias. Both whites and blacks did. Given identical history, identical inheritance, identical everything, right? They say give the black guy more money. Oliver and Lee asked people to evaluate how fat someone was using computer images of black and white people who had otherwise identical bodies, right? These are identical bodies, just with a few black facial characteristics and white facial characteristics, and of course the skin color. On that, both blacks and whites rated blacks as being slightly fatter. Interestingly, blacks were more likely than whites to consider the black image fatter. Like, both blacks and whites considered the black person with an otherwise identical image as being fatter than the white person, but blacks to a higher degree. So blacks actually showed a more anti-black bias here than whites did. Cortrell and Newberg, 2004. This one's a little bit more difficult to explain. It involved measuring the subject's emotional response to a target racial group facing 7 different what I would call hardship scenarios. That's not the term they used in the study, but I think that's the best way to explain it. So 7 different hardship scenarios, and they looked at the subject's emotional reaction if the group were black or white. Now, both whites and blacks were more likely to favor their own race, but blacks favored their own race about 3 times as much. Oh, also, I'm not doing the bait and switch anymore. I'm not going to present the results one way and then say they're another anymore. That was a one-time thing. Okay, Bernard, 2005, gave little bios of various lawyers, being either male or female, or black or white, and the subjects were to rate how competent they thought the lawyer was. Both whites and blacks rated otherwise identical black lawyers as being more competent than white lawyers, right? They gave them characteristics, they gave them case history, they gave them win-loss ratios, they gave them all sorts of stuff. Otherwise identical lawyers, both whites and blacks rated the black lawyers as more competent. And they also rated women as being more competent than otherwise identical men. And it goes on and on. You can read the analysis if you want, linked in the description. Basically, across all 17 studies, whites showed a pro-black bias of about 0.1 standard deviation, while blacks showed a pro-black bias of about 0.3 standard deviations. Now, what this means, in a rather vulgar way, is that whites have to be at the 61.79th percentile to be considered as good as a black person to black people. And they have to be at the 53.98th percentile to be considered as good as a black person to other white people. Which is to say, for identical behavior or characteristics, blacks get bumped up 11.79 points out of 100 in terms of how other blacks perceive them. But blacks only get an extra 3.9 points for how white people perceive them. Not surprisingly, blacks tend to think that whites evaluate them too harshly, right? Because whites only give them 3.9 points, but blacks give them 11.79, so therefore whites are racist. See, that's how this works. Now, perhaps more germane to all the stuff that's in quote-unquote the news, or the news that you listen to and you're told to care about, is race and crime and cops and courts and studies on jurors. So another fun study was from Mitchell in 2005, and he looked at 34, well, it was a meta-analysis. Mitchell, 2005, looked at 34 studies in which people acted as jurors and voted on whether a given defendant was guilty and how long a sentence it should be. So over these 34 studies, blacks showed an in-group bias about 15 times larger than that of whites. In fact, whites showed virtually none. Right? These are jury simulations, and where they're basically presented a case. They're presented a white defendant, a black defendant, otherwise identical defense, identical circumstance, identical evidence. So they're controlling for all that stuff, and they're looking at how, if there's any racial bias in white jurors or black jurors. And what they found is massive racial bias among black jurors. I can't say what this means in terms of likelihood of not going to jail if you're black and you have a black or white jury, because it's 34 studies and they all have different conviction rates. But if you're white, you get virtually nothing from an all-white jury. If you're black, you get something. Again, these are studies with black and white defendants who are otherwise identical in charge, evidence, courtroom behavior. They also looked at racial bias in sentence length. White showed virtually no bias, while black showed a 0.731 standard deviation bias. Now, what this means in percentage terms is that blacks will sentence otherwise identical whites to the 76.73 percentile of what they would sentence blacks. Right? Whereas a racially unbiased jury will sentence them at the 50th percentile. Whites will sentence otherwise identical blacks to the 53.09th percentile of what they would sentence the same person if they were white. So what this means is that blacks with a black jury get about 26.73 points, almost a quarter of the entire variation in sentence length if they have a black jury. But blacks get punished about 3.09% if they have an all-white jury. So you're not getting hardly any of an effect for whites, but you're getting a huge effect if you're black and you have a black jury. So a lot more racial bias among black jurors than among whites. Not surprisingly, black people consider white jurors to be really, really bigoted. Also, blacks have way higher recidivism rates, as in being a repeat offender. So even after controlling for recidivism risk factors, there actually remains a pure racial effects, i.e. blacks are more likely to be repeat offenders even with an identical recidivism score. And the recidivism score is what they use to sort of predict. They use all sorts of factors like family history, nature of the crime. They have a whole science, the science of being a repeat offender, the science of recidivism, and they give people a recidivism score. And even with the same score, blacks are more likely to be repeat offenders. So even if white jurors aren't thinking about that, whites may be effectively fair. Okay, which is to say the 3.09% racial bias that whites have is probably fair, or maybe even more than fair. The problem is that all these issues that I talk about here, they all converge and they reinforce each other. So you take racial favoritism, pro-black favoritism at the universities, at companies, government jobs, all known as affirmative action. You have to deal with the callback myth, right? The myth that employers don't hire someone if they have a black-sounding name. That's been shown to be a myth. You got to talk about slavery and colonialism and segregation in South Africa and the Congo, right? There's all these things that have to talk about, and that's why what I'm doing here, making this video, is kind of futile, because you have a whole system of thought. Okay, this video is going to have much of an effect because what you have is an overarching ideology with a whole bunch of oppression myths that rest on each other and reinforce each other. And so knocking out one or two here isn't going to tear down the entire fantasy structure. And it all converges, right? All these beliefs converge. That's the meaning of the term when people say, "Oh, this person is totally converged," right? They have all these beliefs that they all converge on each other, and it all acts as one system. So it's not. So when you criticize, like let's say you criticize the conventional narrative on slavery, colonialism, segregation, South Africa, and the Congo. Okay, it's not really 5 different topics. It's the same topic. It's the same convergent narrative because they all reinforce and they all sort of grow together or die together. Okay, let me put it this way: if you say, for example, that segregation was fine, there's nothing immoral about whites wanting to have their own neighborhood. Let's say you say that. What are you going to be called? You're going to be called a quote-unquote racist. And racist, in effect, only means whites, right? It only means white people not having enough of a positive view of black and brown, right? That's what it means. Or what would be a criticism of saying, well, blacks are being shot by police, but they're actually being shot less than their behavior warrants. What are you called if you say that? You call the same thing, racist. So it's all of a piece. It's all an overarching narrative. It's a single thing, right? These aren't actually separate issues. And I think at some level, everyone kind of knows that these are not separate issues, that this is all one overarching ideology. This is all one overarching narrative that is being critiqued. And the critiquers are, of course, called, heretics, communists, or race, whatever the term du jour is at your place and time in history. Whatever the heretic analog is at your place and time in history. I think I'll end on this. Your perception of discrimination does not mean that you are discriminated against. From a Pew survey in 2016, younger black people reported having experienced discrimination more than those 65 and older. And blacks with college degrees report more discrimination than those without college degrees. Now, of course, this is false. Blacks without college degrees, while blacks in general aren't racially discriminated against, blacks with just a high school diploma almost certainly face more instances of racial discrimination to the extent they exist. Now, in reality, there's anti-black discrimination, pro-black discrimination, anti-white discrimination. There's discrimination all over the place, right? Discrimination, people discriminate all the time, and they racially discriminate all the time. The question is, what is the net effect, right? Are blacks more often discriminated against or discriminated in favor? Are whites more often discriminated against or discriminated in favor? That's how you need to look at this, because that's how the world actually works, right? It's not like everyone is either neutral or everyone is uniformly mildly anti-white or mildly anti-black. What's actually happening in the real world is people have racial biases going in all directions all the time. Okay, when I say blacks have a pro-black or anti-white, when I say whites have a pro-black or anti-white bias of about 1/10 of a standard deviation, I don't mean that all whites have that mild pro-black bias. I'm saying that whites, on the whole, it averages out to 1/10 of a standard deviation pro-black bias or anti-white bias, whichever way you want to look at it. Let's keep going. An NPR survey in 2017 asked blacks if they were ever, or a family member was ever, unfairly stopped or treated by the police. Those 65 or older, i.e. those who were born before civil rights, they were the least likely to say that they were unfairly stopped by police or a family member was unfairly stopped by police. And blacks in suburban areas are more likely to say that they were unfairly stopped, while blacks in the hood were less likely to say so. What this shows is that your belief that you were treated unfairly, it's a product of conditioning. If anyone was being unfairly harassed by the cops, it's going to be blacks in urban areas, and it's going to be the less educated ones who don't get into the urban areas. And older blacks, according to the mythology surrounding segregation, should have been harassed by cops the most. But what actually happened, what you're actually seeing, is that older blacks, they weren't told that they were oppressed as much as blacks are today. They were to a lesser extent, but they weren't told that they were oppressed as much as you are. And urban blacks who are less educated and watch less controlled media, they don't hear about how oppressed they are as much as suburban blacks do, who are more educated. They watch, the journalism blogs, right? They watch CNN and Fox and stuff, right? And so they're told that they're oppressed. So you believe you're oppressed because you're told you're oppressed. There's no relation to actual oppression. This principle is also seen among women. From a Pew survey in 2017, the more quote-unquote educated, years in school, a woman is, the more likely she is to perceive oppression. Even though, if any group of women is being on net oppressed, right, which I don't think is the case at all for any class of women, but according to the narrative, it should be the least educated women who are the most oppressed. But that's not what you see here. The variable here is exposure to ideology. It's perception. And of course, we look at Republican versus Democrat. Democrat women perceive more oppression because their ideology tells them they are oppressed. Do you think Republican women are more or less oppressed than Democrat women? Neither are oppressed, but Republican women probably have fewer bonus points for being a woman than Democrat women, and yet they're less likely to say they're oppressed. And this is actually a dampening effect because Republicans actually have higher levels of education than Democrats. This is true. I'll post a link saying that this is true in the description. Sorry if that rustles your jimmies. Sorry, not sorry. But this is true. So the effects of going to college, isolated from ideology, are going to be higher because Republicans are actually more likely to go to college. So if you have a Democrat woman who goes to college and gets a post-grad, she is going to think she is the most oppressed person on the planet. That is a recipe for believing you're oppressed. Being a Democrat and spending lots and lots of years in college, getting a post-grad, you are going to believe that the world is out to get you. If you're a Republican woman who doesn't go to college, you're not going to perceive yourself as being oppressed at all, right? Because you have the least exposure to those narratives. And so all you're dealing with is the world as it's actually presented in front of you. This is also seen by generation cohort, of which gender is thought to have it easier. Older generations see women as having it easier, while starting with millennials, the perception is that men have it easier. Again, it's a matter of ideology. It has nothing to do with reality. This is also seen among Hispanics from a Pew poll in 2016. Older Hispanics are less likely to perceive discrimination, and foreign-born are less likely to perceive discrimination than U.S.-born. Now, according to oppression narratives, foreign-born Hispanics from, say, the 1970s should certainly have been more oppressed than U.S.-born Hispanics today. And yet, that's not what they say. That's not what they believe, because it's all just perception. Foreign-born Hispanics in the 1970s weren't told that they were oppressed. U.S.-born Hispanics today are told that they're oppressed, and people believe what they're told by the institutions that they, for whatever reason, believe as authoritative, right? Like the journalism clubs, like CNN, that's authoritative. From Harvard in 2017, Latinos saying that they were unfairly stopped by police, 42% with a college degree say they were unfairly stopped, while only 25% with high school or less say they were ever unfairly stopped. Again, it's in all likelihood, if any of these groups were unfairly stopped, right, and there's a chance that none of them were in reality, but if any group was being unfairly stopped, it was probably the ones with a high school degree or less, right? Not the ones with a college degree, right? But the college degrees say they were stopped more because they went to college and they were told about how oppressed they are. Blacks are more likely to believe they are discriminated against when interacting with police or trying to vote if they live in a majority black area than in a majority white areas. But if they're in a majority black area, who's doing the discriminating? According to the oppression narrative, shouldn't blacks be most oppressed when they're surrounded by whites? This difference in perception makes sense when you recognize that it's just a result of the spread of ideology, right? When blacks are around blacks, the ideology spreads more than it does when blacks are around whites. It has nothing to do with any actual oppression, because plot twist, there is none. And that's a good point to end on. Now, you can tell stories about some white guy who doesn't like black people or Mexicans or whatever, but those stories are meaningless without considering the net effect. Because there are also white people who are anti-white, blacks who are anti-white, blacks who are anti-black, rather fewer of those, and they get ostracized massively. Hispanics who are anti-Hispanic, Hispanics who are anti-white. And so pointing out that this or that incident happened, like a thing happened, well, that doesn't mean anything. You have to look at the whole effect. And when you do, when you look at the whole track of things, well, if you're black, probably if you're Hispanic, but certainly if you're black, well, it's good news. You're not actually oppressed. Your life and all of its outcomes, that's you. This is you. Right? It's not something that's being done to you by others. If anything, the system is pumping you up, is helping you out in any little way it can. But the effects of anti-white policies and pro-black policies, the effects of these things are actually pretty marginal. There's no real big effect in any of systemic racism or anything. Right? There's probably a mild anti-white effect and a mild pro-black effect, but nothing that's going to affect your life outcomes by like 1 or 2 percentage points. Right? So the effects are small. What's actually happening is that where you are, that's you. Okay, it's you. The system isn't really having much of an effect on you. Now, the deeper cut is that you never were oppressed, and that it is in fact always been you. But that's a whole. I mean, this video would go on for a few hours to go through all that. You can perceive yourself as being put upon no matter what. And whether or not you perceive yourself as being put upon is today entirely a function of your conditioning. Are you a Democrat or Republican? How old are you? Did you go to college? How many years did you go into college? Do you live in a majority black or majority white neighborhood? Those factors right there, those are going to more or less determine how oppressed you think you are. It's going to explain about 70 to 80% of how oppressed you think you are. Now, there's going to be some special snowflakes who, despite being a Democrat in an all-black area with a post-grad, they're not going to think that blacks are oppressed. Right? You'll get the oddball here and there. But on the whole, these factors are going to more or less determine how oppressed you think you are. None of it's real. Keep in mind, you didn't think you were oppressed before any of this was told to you. And this is an experience that black and brown people have, is learning that they are oppressed. And the process of learning that they are oppressed, they have to be told it. They have to go to a class. They have to see a controlled media story, right? They have to see, like Rodney King or something. They have to see, it has to be told to them. Right? They don't pick it up through their lived experience. That's the great irony of these claims about lived experience, is that it has positively zero to do with lived experience, right? Because those blacks and Hispanics who are the least connected to propaganda narrative, who aren't on Twitter, for example, they are the least likely to believe they are oppressed. The ones whose lives are most a function of lived experience are the least likely to think they're oppressed. So you have to be told this. This is something that is put into your brain from the top down. Right? This is a controlled narrative pushed onto you. It's not natural. It's not organic to you. Right? It's something that someone else told you to believe, and that's why you believe it. And there's also the problem of how you experience white people in reality versus what the journalism bureaucracies tell you in the run-up to an election. Because of this, you have to say things like, oh, it's the cops, or it's corporations, or, oh, it's those neo-Nazis somewhere over the rainbow, right? It's like that one kid in your class who drew swastikas on the desk, right? He's the source of all your misfortunes, or something ridiculous like that, right? It's some hidden white person. It's not or some ridiculously small minority of white people, right? Because the white people that you actually know aren't unfair to you, probably, for the most part. I mean, look, every person's a person, okay? But for the most part, this is true. So it has to be institutional racism. But all the institutions have pro-black discrimination. They have affirmative action, right? So what kind of institutional discrimination could there possibly be, right? Or it's implicit racism. But you look at any study that looks at, pro-black or anti-black or pro-white or anti-white bias on all sorts of things, in terms of, oh, how competent is this person? Oh, how much does this person deserve getting money, right? Except for a few minor things like how fat they believe you to be. It's all pro-black bias. And any simulation shows that cops are less likely to pull the trigger on a black person for given identical behavior than they are on a white person. And if you look at how many blacks are killed by police and compare that to the homicide rate and compare that to the percentage of cop killers are black, if anything, blacks are shot less than their proportion in those things. Blacks are underrepresented. Blacks, are shot less than they quote unquote should be. I don't think anyone should be shot, but, in the ratio, I mean. So because of all this, so it has to be something hidden, right? Because white people in your day-to-day life aren't actually biased, right? But, so maybe we're secretly oppressing you. Maybe we don't even know that we're doing it. I don't even know that I'm doing it. Somehow I'm oppressing black people by, maybe I'm oppressing black people by making these videos. But in general, in the big picture, we talk about white privilege, the invisible knapsack. Well, it's invisible because it doesn't exist. The U.S. federal government, state, and local governments do not collect data on race and tax revenue. So the data I'm going to be presenting here is based on multiple sources to come up with an estimate of net fiscal impact of races in the United States. The overall spending and revenue data includes state, federal, and local tax revenue and spending from 2018. All data here is from 2018 unless otherwise stated. So first, I will present what I define as the best estimate straight away, and then I will explain how I got to these numbers. Table on the screen. So first you can see whites, net fiscal effect are plus 312 billion, blacks minus 660.7 billion, Hispanics minus 334 billion, and Asians, which are a heterogeneous group, 292.97 billion positive. In addition, if you took the white U.S. population and assigned to them the entire military budget, they would still run a small surplus. And you can see that on a table here, with whites still running a surplus of 56.4 billion, even with all military assigned to them. And this is a striking fact. Whites in the U.S. would be just barely running budget surpluses even if all of the current military spending in absolute terms of the current U.S. federal government is assigned to whites. And as you will see, this takes into account the high Medicare and Social Security use of whites as well. So, how did I come to this? Well, we don't have direct data on tax revenue by race from the federal government. However, there are private organizations that calculate tax revenue by income brackets. And you can see that here. And we also have government data on race and income bracket by roughly these brackets. They don't have the top 1%, but we can look at the top 5% distribution by race. So with these two pieces of data, wonderful. With this, we can estimate how much each race pays in taxes based on their percentages within each income bracket. And so here we have the total revenue estimated based on non-interpolated, I'll get into that, income bracket placement by race. Now you may be looking at this and go, wait a minute, aren't these numbers different than the ones I presented above? They're a little bit different, but they're pretty close. But yes, they are. And that's because this data isn't interpolated. The problem here is that if you look at the income distribution, bracket distribution by race, these are very large chunks. And we get the average proportions within each bracket, but we don't see the effects of, say, at the 1 percentile, the 86 percentile, etc. And so what a linear interpolation does is just filling in the gaps between the known and unknown data. And so here's a visual of the gaps between income bracket proportions. And so looking at that graph, it's almost certain that whites within each bracket, for example, have higher incomes than the blacks within the same brackets. This is because the black trend line is further down than the white one. And so unless there is some radical deviation from linearity, this downtrend will also exist within each of these brackets, not just between them. And so whites within each bracket will be paying more taxes than blacks within each bracket. And so the linearly interpolated data looks like this. So by doing this, we get much more granulated estimates. And again, so as long as there's not a radical deviation from linearity between these points, this will give us a more accurate idea of tax revenue in the US. And so by this method of a linear interpolation, the racial disparities in income tax revenue are increased somewhat, as you can see here. And there's also an article linked in the description where you can just compare the tables at your leisure. And these results were smaller than I expected. Now, from here on, I'm just going to be using the interpolated revenue estimates, but as you'll see, the main conclusions and the big picture don't change very much. Now, somebody might be asking, why are you using these income ranges? I just saw data breaking down the top 1% and the preceding 4%. Why don't you include that breakdown before interpolating? And again, the reason for this is that I don't have racial distributions in income down to the 1 percentile, or at least I have not been able to find any. So there we have revenue. Next, we should look at government consumption. In 2018, whites were 60.4% of the population, but actually consumed 61.06% of all government. So this is higher consumption, and this higher consumption of whites was driven entirely by Social Security and Medicare payments. So whites actually use slightly more government than their proportion. You could remove Social Security, both the taxes and the revenue, from this equation, but since whites pay a similarly proportionate share of Social Security taxes, the effects of doing this are going to be negligible. And the reality is that Social Security is a form of welfare anyway. It's just paid for by taxes. The trust fund is bankrupt, it's reliant on tax revenues, so it is functionally just another tax and spend welfare program, regardless of what some politicians in the past said it would be. It doesn't matter how you sort of define it or draw boxes around things. At the end of the day, people pay taxes. Social Security is just another tax. And then money goes back. Money goes back in the form of Medicare, Medicaid, income security, unemployment benefits, and Social Security. In addition, things like roads, defense, administration, the DMV, all of this I assume to be equally used by members of each race. Now, the government functions I identified as variable government, that they would likely vary between the races, are these: law courts, police, prisons, public transit, welfare, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. And these are the budgets of the government services and their usage by race, sources in the description. How I came to the conclusion of usage by race. For law courts, police, and prisons, that was fairly simple. I just looked at the prison population. Because to go to prison, you're getting arrested by a cop, and you're going through a court. And there may be some differential between individuals, how much court they use, how much police has to be used to send them to prison. But over millions of people, I assume it just washes out between the races, and we can just use the prison population as a proxy for how much each race is using the law courts, police, and prisons. Now, usage of cops, courts, and prisons by blacks may be seen as unfair because it's not necessarily a real service to blacks. However, this video is not about actual benefits to groups. It's about the fiscal impact of groups. And kind of like with education, the brute fact is that blacks are costing more money by overloading these government agencies, fairly or unfairly, whether they want to or not. That's a discussion for another time. This is simply about the brute financial costs. And so we can convert these percentile numbers into absolute numbers based on the budgets of each of these items. And you can see that here. And with this data, we can come up with assignment of government usage by race based on variable and then what I call equal government. And so here we have the fiscal impact with variable government and equal government breakdowns. And so from this, we see that whites, despite constituting 60.4% of the population, make up 62% of variable government spending. And again, this is driven by Social Security and to a lesser extent by Medicare. The Social Security numbers also take into account SSI payments, which whites take proportionately less of. And this dampens how much whites overuse Social Security a little bit compared to other races. Whites use Social Security at a higher rate, and they also have more benefits per person. But SSI transfers almost exactly offset the higher Social Security payout per person that whites use. And the result being that the total amount of money each race gets corresponds almost exactly with just the number receiving benefits. I don't know if this is just some giant coincidence or if this was by design. And so with all these pieces in place, we can finally look at the fiscal effects of each group. And this is the fiscal impact of racial groups in the United States. This is the table I showed at the beginning, but I'll show it again. However, say blacks, Hispanics, and Asians, who are substantial contributors to the budget deficits or help reduce the budget deficit, as in the case of Asians, say they didn't exist in the US, that the US was just white people. Well, first off, the amount of income earned by whites in the US would probably be about the same. This is based on there being no relation to the percentage of non-whites in a state and the income of the whites in that state after adjusting for cost of living. And so we can look at white median real income in 2017. Again, this is from 2017 because it's the most recent data I could find, not 2018, by state and percentage white. And at least in 2017, there was no relation. Now, just as an aside, an all-white U.S. would be a more rural U.S., and this is sort of my justification of the cost of living adjustment here. So while the nominal GDP of this country would be right at about 14 trillion, the real GDP would be about 14.7 trillion in terms of what those dollars could purchase versus what current U.S. dollars could purchase, which is to say it's about 5% more, i.e. the dollar would be stronger because white people get more for their dollar because white people more often live in rural areas. And so if blacks, Hispanics, and Asians didn't exist in the US, the dollar would be stronger, which isn't necessarily a good or bad thing in and of itself, right? There are costs and benefits to a strong or weak currency. And while this is irrelevant to current fiscal impact, since federal budgets are done on purely nominal terms, right? You pay taxes based on how many dollars you earn and other factors, regardless of how much you can get with those dollars. Now, an all-white U.S. would be a rural shift, which means real GDP, purchasing power parity, would only decline by about 26.5%, not 30%, even though nominal GDP would decline 30%. And that is why it is justified to use the cost of living adjustments when looking at the effects of non-whites on white income. Before doing this, I was worried that there may be some relation between the presence of blacks and Hispanics and higher white incomes due to urbanites having higher incomes. This is also true in 90+% white cities in Europe as well. Like the whites in the cities make more than the whites in the countryside in cities that are almost entirely white anyway. And so I was worried that I have to point out that we don't know if it's causal because it could just be the effects of urban incomes. But luckily, there is no relation, thank goodness, and so this isn't even an issue that we have to deal with. So, but the point is that there is no boost to white incomes by the presence of blacks and Hispanics, or as far as we know, Asians. Some white people gain from having, cheap labor, some lose, but on balance the effect is nil, which means it is appropriate to simply add and subtract the fiscal impact of these groups in sort of a hypothetical. Of course, in the real world, if all Hispanics, blacks, and Asians were just instantly, disappeared from the current US, there would be enormous economic problems because the economy would have all these holes constituting about 40% of the labor force. I'm simply saying that this is approximately what the US economy would be like if those people were never in the US at all and the economy developed with just white people. It would be smaller, but wealthier per person. Real estate would be about 30% cheaper, right? Given that 30% of the purchasing power has been disappeared, but there's still just as much land, and so land would presumably be that much cheaper, 30% cheaper, and rent would presumably also be roughly 30% less. It would be much less crowded, working class wages would be higher, and the wealthiest wouldn't be as wealthy due to not having as much cheap labor. Wage labor, the working class would be in a better bargaining position because there's less of them, because whites have a higher capital to labor ratio than blacks or Hispanics. The US, in short, the US would look a lot more like Denmark. So let's look at the budget of white America. I don't for a moment believe white America would spend less on military in absolute terms than it does today, since all racial groups in the US about equally favor the military spending, right? Militarism in the US is a pan-racial attitude. So would white America still run a balanced budget even if military spending was maintained at the same absolute level, not the same relative level, the same absolute level. It's about 800 something billion. And the answer is yes. Put in the current military budget as it stands. Everything else was reduced proportionately to the white population for the equal government, and the variable government was reduced as defined previously. But just keeping the military, not reducing it at all, whites would still be running a budget surplus. But there's even more to this. In 2018, interest payments on the national debt were $433.7 billion. If blacks and Hispanics didn't exist in the US, say starting in 1950, based on current information, there would be a smaller national debt and thus lower interests today. Obviously, some of that debt was a function of World War I, World War II, and the New Deal, so it's not like there would be no national debt in white America. But it would be less to some degree that I haven't quantified. Just as an experiment, because a lot of people may have problems with my interpolation thing or my breakdown of government usage, let's see how much these results, with all the work I did and all the breakdowns I did, how much they differ from a much simpler method of just assuming equal government for everything, no breakdowns for welfare, public service, or Social Security, and just assume each race uses government at the same rate, and then use the non-interpolated data on tax revenue. Don't make any assumptions about what's between the bars, just, weight the bars in kind of a dumb grug line. So this is what I call the grug analysis that assumes equal government and non-interpolated revenue. And the results are fairly similar. Hispanics come out looking, a bit worse, and whites and Asians come out looking quite a bit worse. And whites come out looking a little bit worse. Blacks come out looking a little bit better. So, all of my deeper analysis actually doesn't yield results meaningfully different from just using non-interpolated tax revenue and then just assuming equal government usage for everyone. So, it's telling that even with this debt that was, in part, accrued by deficits caused by blacks and Hispanics, white America would still be running a budget surplus while not cutting the military 1 cent. And while Asians substantially contribute to the budget, they are not necessary for balanced budgets. Whites can do that on their own. Even with whites' bloated military budget, even with bloated white usage of Social Security benefits and Medicare, even with all that taken into account, whites still, for all their foibles, would be running a surplus. So to all the conservative deficit hawks who say we need to run balanced budgets, well, I have news for you. We already are. We, as in white people, already are. The entire budget deficit, along with some proportion of the national debt itself, is a function of black and Hispanic populations. The net effect of these two populations, even after taking away all military spending assigned to them, costs the U.S. $822.5 billion per year. Keep in mind that some proportion of black and Hispanic incomes itself comes from blacks and Hispanics in the military. So more of these people means this number goes up. It is very expensive to have these people in your country, and countries made up entirely or almost entirely of these people have constant financial problems. Discussions about Hispanic countries center around debt, currency devaluations, the IMF, and African countries also center around those same things, but they also have, in addition, African countries have lots of discussions about foreign aid and emergency relief, the same kinds of discussions that you have with blacks in the US. Okay, that's what countries made up entirely of these people look like. And it doesn't matter if their constitution is virtually a carbon copy of the United States's, as in the case of Liberia. It doesn't matter. Or if they went to US schools, or if they're in France or the UK. Okay, for example, blacks have similar fiscal impacts in France and the UK as well. Whenever you interact with these people, within a country or internationally, it's going to cost you lots and lots of money. It's going to cost you trillions. And while I'm one of those horrible people who thinks these differences are down to genes, right? That's the most parsimonious explanation for these things transcending time and space. All throughout history this was true, and in all countries this is true. Fine, you don't want to believe that. Okay, well, practically speaking, it's still irrelevant because it has proven to be unchangeable. We have not been able to change this fact thus far. And this is why immigration needs to be stopped. Not legal, illegal, any of that stuff. But immigration, period, needs to be stopped. Or at least this is just one of the reasons. Immigration needs to be stopped. And that reason is the economic health of the United States, if you care.
Look, I was saying to now, this whole fallacy about the colonials assuming that if they had never come to Africa, we'd still be wearing skins and chasing each other. I said to another journalist, I said, see the Black Panther. You'll find out we built those pyramids in Egypt. You'll find out we were mining Mapungubwe and melting gold and iron and making spears during Shaka's time. You'll see the Zimbabwe ruins that we built that. You'll see the cradle of humankind, we built that. So you came and delayed us actually by enslaving us and oppressing us. We couldn't develop, but see Black Panther. When you see Wakanda, you realize that we have been always millenniums ahead of you.
The Black Panther trailer shows what Africa would have been if white people didn't destroy it, says Affinity magazine. This sentiment isn't benign. It creates resentment against whites that can be used in the future, and it causes white people who believe this to think that their people have done some great evil to the world. The colonial oppression narrative is a serious charge against white people, and we have every right to rebut it. Here's a 2012 paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research, and what they found was that whether you measure colonization by the number of Europeans who went there, or by the amount of time that a colony lasted there, the more colonized countries ended up being wealthier. Ross Levine has a PhD in economics from UCLA. William Easterly has a PhD in economics from MIT. Now, this shouldn't matter, but I know to some of the audience with a more authoritarian view of knowledge, these credentials do matter, which is why I'm pointing them out. One could claim that the more heavily colonized areas were richer, therefore this correlation is not causal. Now, first off, you would have to actually show that the areas that were more heavily colonized were wealthier. And this would have to take into account the fact that the amount of minerals a country has no relation to how heavily it was colonized. And second off, even if you did find that Europeans more heavily colonized already wealthier countries, well, then how would you know that colonialism had any negative effects? If the richer countries were still richer before, during, and after colonialism, well then where comes this negative effect of colonialism? But frankly, we know that this isn't true, and that Africa was at around $500 per capita in 1990 dollars, based on both direct historical estimates, but also because that's subsistence, which was where the whole world was at prior to the agricultural and then industrial revolutions. Levine and Easterly's work is corroborated by earlier work from 2006 by James Firer and Bruce Sacerdote. That paper also published by the National Bureau of Economic Research. James Firer has a bachelor's in mechanical engineering from Stanford and a PhD in economics from Brown. Bruce Sacerdote got his economics bachelor's from Dartmouth and a PhD in economics from Harvard. Now, none of this should matter. These arguments are true, whether they come from these guys or someone with an associate from Southern Mississippi Community College. But I feel like I have to rattle off their credentials because that's often what it takes for some people to actually listen to these arguments. But if you just step back, this idea that Europe kept Africa from developing should be suspicious at first glance, given that indexes of per capita GDP in Africa in 1990 dollars increased from 1820 to 1973, after which it began to plateau. And one thing that a lot of people don't know is that in 1950, India and China were poorer than Black Africa on average. And it's generally recognized that India had more autonomy than Africa, as Africa was ruled more directly by European established colonial governments, whereas India was ruled more indirectly through the Raj. China, of course, was never directly controlled by European powers, countries. And the slight dip in per capita GDP here from 1913 to 1950 coincides with the Chinese Civil War, then the Japanese invasion of China, and then the resumption of the Chinese Civil War, ultimately culminating in Mao taking power. Also, as recently as 1975, South Korea was actually poorer than Zimbabwe. On top of this, there's no clear evidence that having a lot of colonies caused a European country to be wealthier. Looking at a country's colonialism index in 1940, which is the number of colonial subjects they had relative to citizens in that country, there's no apparent relationship between their colonialism index score and per capita GDP in 1970 for non-communist countries. In 2013, this disparity is even greater, with the big colonizers, France and Britain, near the bottom before you start getting into former communist countries. Now you can say, well, those countries would have been even poorer if not for their colonies, but that's totally speculative. I can just as easily claim they would have been richer without them. They would have been more like the countries above them that didn't have colonies that are now richer. And what would this argument even be saying? Here's where Britain was in terms of per capita GDP in 1970. Would their per capita GDP have been below that of Spain if not for their empire? In 1929, the UK had the 4th highest standard of living in the world, but by 1960 it had fallen to 11th. If their empire was such a gravy train, why did the UK fall below countries like New Zealand, Canada, Sweden, and Switzerland at the height of the British Empire, when those countries didn't have any colonies of their own? One bizarre argument against this is that France and Britain must have benefited from their empires, otherwise they wouldn't have acquired them. This is like saying the US must have benefited from invading Iraq and Afghanistan and Vietnam, otherwise the US would not have done this. I mean, this argument is so balls in your face stupid, it's difficult to even begin to address. A country did something, therefore it must be benefiting from it. I see no real way to respond to this argument other than to just sort of reiterate the argument in a clear way. Congresses do things for reasons. That's all we can say. Don't be the guy who makes this horrible argument that Congress doing something means we benefit from it. A natural experiment in the colonial oppressor hypothesis, as I'll call it, would be South Africa. South Africa is the most colonized African country if you take into account both the time that it was controlled by Europeans and the number of Europeans present relative to the number of blacks present. So here we would predict that the blacks in South Africa would be much poorer than the blacks in the rest of Africa if they were being oppressed by the Europeans, and yet they're not. The blacks in South Africa are about 3 times richer than the blacks in the rest of Africa. We can also look at 3 black countries that largely escaped colonialism. Liberia was formally independent in 1847, though arguably functionally independent in 1822, and Liberia is substantially poorer than the rest of Africa. Ethiopia was never colonized by Europe except for being invaded and occupied by Italy for 6 years during World War II, and Ethiopia is slightly poorer than the rest of Africa. Haiti is a black African country in the Western Hemisphere that got its independence from France in 1804, and in 2013 it was about on the same level as the rest of Africa. This was well before the hurricane, so we're not looking at the effects of that. Now look, the field of economics is large enough, there's enough going on that someone will always be able to tell you a story about how Liberia or Haiti is poor because of some global trade deals or the IMF or whatever. So I decided to look at how similarly poor countries to Africa in 1960 were 56 years later in 2016, and I only included countries that had data in both 1960 and 2016. I took per capita GDPs in 1960 using World Bank numbers and compared that to 2016. Then I looked at countries in between Lesotho and Zimbabwe on this list. The only wealthier black African country than Zimbabwe was South Africa, which I excluded because by including South Africa, I would also have to include too many non-African countries like Spain, for example, so I set the cutoff at Zimbabwe. I wanted to compare similar GDP countries to the rest of Africa, and to include South Africa would include too many countries that weren't really economic peers of the whole of black Africa. And yes, South Africa was wealthier than Spain in 1960. I then used a log scale and plotted all of these countries in terms of their percentage of the average per capita GDP value for their year. For example, Somalia Somalia was 13.68% of the average per capita GDP of this sample in 1960, but was only 2.8% of that average compared to these countries in 2016. Botswana was 12.4% of the average per capita GDP of the sample in 1960, but it was 43.4% of the average of this sample in 2016. On this chart here, non-African countries are the blue lines, Black African countries are the red lines. Now, I also included 2 Black Caribbean countries, St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I included them in with the Black African countries. My inclusion of St. Kitts and Nevis and St. Vincent and the Grenadines actually helps the trend for the red lines. So my discretion here was actually in favor of the blacks because they actually pull the trend upward. But the big picture here is a massive divergence of GDPs, with non-African countries pulling up, African countries falling down. So when someone talks about the evil IMF or some economic hitman or some other story for why Africa is poor, well, why does it seem to be black countries that are always facing these challenges? Is it really that everywhere they go on the planet they're oppressed? Is it really that every black country is assailed with particularly predatory treatment by international finance, more so than Thailand was, for example? In 1960, China was poorer than Sudan. Thailand was poorer than Chad. South Korea was poorer than Liberia, and all of these countries were poorer than Ghana or the Congo. South Africa was wealthier than Singapore, wealthier than Portugal and Spain, and was about as wealthy as Hong Kong. Jamaica was almost as wealthy as Japan in 1960 when it was still governed by the British. This was all at the tail end of colonialism. Now, lots of shitty academics believe the colonial oppression narrative, including perhaps your cool history professor, and they will give these woolly, impossible to untangle arguments for it. They'll write books about the economic oppression of Africa in particular. But these same kinds of people would do the same for communism about 30 years ago, and how it's a better system and it's going to make everything better. And the colonial oppression narrative comes from the same tree that communism came from. The way we saw communism was bullshit was not by going through all their arguments, getting into their little boxes and going through all their fun houses and answering all their arguments on case, but it was by stepping back and looking at the big picture and going, probably not. And when you step back, look at the trajectories of these countries, we can then say that the colonial oppression narrative, probably not. Africa is probably just full of people genetically similar to those who live in Detroit and Baltimore and Haiti, and the results are what you would predict from that.
The summer of 2019 really was the good old days. You could go to the grocery store without having a mask, goggles, and P100 respirator. You weren't concerned with viral loads traveling 27 feet and living in the air for 6 hours. Your only concern was whether or not a black person had slobbered all over your ice cream. That little spate of incidents in summer 2019 became known as the Ice Cream Challenge. Black social media loves to describe every dangerous, stupid, disgusting behavior they engage in on camera as a challenge. The Ice Cream Challenge, the No Lackin' Challenge, Kiki Challenge, the Knockout Game. Here's a challenge. Don't be a menace that kills people and gets people sick. Just stop ruining society. Try to fulfill that challenge. When conservative media talks about these challenges, they make you think it's just dumb kids doing things for clicks. It's the Tide Pod idiot-eating millennials and their social media. And that may be true for some of these more innocuous social media trends. Things like innocent pranks or putting a slice of cheese on your baby. Who cares? But the types of pranks or challenges that involve getting people sick, spreading disease, terrorizing people, killing people, these type of challenges tend to take on a distinctly racial character. In the background, you can see the Ice Cream Challenge compilation video I've pulled from YouTube, which I haven't edited at all. Are you seeing a trend? Yeah, it's about as white as the NBA. Check out the compilation for yourself. There's not a single white person to be found. And if you wanted to get really esoteric, you can make an argument that they tend to do this to vanilla ice cream as an extra FU to whitey, a besmirching of white supremacist purity. What does the YouTube commentariat say about this? WTF is wrong with people these days. Did the guy really spit several times in the ice cream, then put it back for some unsuspecting person to buy? People are getting real sick in the head. I'm guessing most of these ice cream lickers could be clinically diagnosed as sociopaths and possible psychopaths. Normal people don't do this. People caught doing this face jail time and require psychiatric evaluation. We get it, Rachel. You watched Criminal Minds and now you think you're an expert psychologist. This phenomenon is non-whites, particularly a lot of black people, contaminating food products with the hope that white people buy them and have to eat their spit. With ice cream in particular, they want a white person to buy this and give it to their kids. Whether they know it subconsciously or not, these people are acting on their racial hatred for whites and white children. And you can't tell me there's not a racial angle to this when every single video we have of this being done is a non-white person doing it to vanilla ice cream. We get the symbolism. Now, in the age of coronavirus, we have further confirmation bias that can further enlighten us about the psychology of these type of pranksters. If you're on the fence about the race stuff and think I'm just ascribing a racial angle to something that really is just crazy kids looking for TikTok likes, check this out. Woman claiming to have coronavirus jailed for spitting on police she called dirty whites. Interesting. A woman claiming to have the coronavirus and spat on French police officers while calling them dirty whites was handed a 7-month prison sentence. The incident took place in the commune of Longjumeau during a routine check. Since President Macron put France on lockdown to slow the spread, residents have needed travel papers to move about. Police stopped the woman after she failed to present required documents. She began insulting the officers, calling them dirty whites, and saying, "I hope you will all die of COVID." Meaning you all white people. And again from France, man sentenced for spitting on police while claiming to have coronavirus. A man in the French city of Montpellier has been sentenced to 8 months in prison for spitting on police officers and telling them he had tested positive for coronavirus. The arrest of the man took place last Thursday as he had broken into a local pharmacy to steal surgical masks, but the spitting incident did not occur until officers had taken him back to the local police station. David Leroux, Assistant Regional Secretary for the Alliance Police Occitanie Union, told broadcaster France Blau it was when he was in the cells of the police station he got angry and started spitting on the ground, insulting the police and yelling he had coronavirus. When a police officer came closer and asked him to calm down, he spat on them. The officer had to put on a mask and handcuff him. He tried to bite them. The suspect did not have on a mask, Leroux added. 3,000 migrants arrive in Montpellier every year, most of them from Africa, and the city itself is over 16% foreign national. Here we see the bounty of diversity being reaped. From Sweden, migrants accused of filming coronavirus prank cough to scare Swedes. A pair of YouTube pranksters have caused concern in Sweden after footage emerged of the men coughing on Swedish people while asking for directions to the hospital. The video was released by the YouTube channel Alpha and Ali on the 25th of March, but was since deleted, along with other videos on the channel, which, according to YouTube, had 12,746 views. We see this trend, both in the US and Europe, of Africans, blacks, migrants, doing things to actually get white people sick or make them afraid of getting sick. And it's important to understand it's not simply a matter of chasing fame or getting social media likes. You can say that in the context of the ice cream challenge, but that's not the case in these stories about coronavirus. And how many of these people saw the ice cream challenge on social media and went out and did it, but didn't film it? They went out and contaminated food with the hope white people would buy it, and didn't take the video and put it on the internet. There is no case for social media attention in these coronavirus stories. That lady in France wasn't saying she wants all whites to die for the upvotes. The two guys in Sweden were black, but apparently were not actually migrants. For the video, though, they presented as if they were migrants. Why would people do that? Because it makes their act more believable. It makes people more afraid. Europeans, Americans, and Asians all instinctively know that foreigners bring plague, disease, and death. It's an instinct that is suppressed by our education system, government, and media, but the facts show that in the US, long eradicated diseases like measles, mumps, and TB are experiencing resurgences now because of immigration. Asians are aware of how disease can spread from foreigners, and this is why we see Asian countries employing some of the strictest quarantine and travel restrictions. My hope is that as we come out on the other side of coronavirus, Americans and Europeans will be much less tolerant of the types of people that do ice cream challenge contamination pranks. An increase in health vigilance is going to mean a decrease in tolerance for third world behavior and antics. These people's behavior isn't going to change, and they're still going to hate white people for being white. There will be a growing recognition that the types of people that like to make a joke about you getting dangerously sick or get off on the idea of infecting your kids, these just aren't the type of people compatible with our society. People like Baruch Feldheim of New York, who attempted to price gouge doctors and sell N95 masks at a 700% markup, and then coughed on FBI agents and claimed he had coronavirus when they came to arrest him. These people are not compatible with the world we want. I want a world where I don't have to worry about my food being contaminated by a third world person licking it. I want a world where I don't have to worry about getting intentionally coughed and spit on by a foreigner that hates white people and wants to kill me. And I think most reasonable people can agree with this. But we can't have that world, and the world of diversity, and liberalism, and tolerance of everybody's different ways of being. I don't want to make wide-sweeping predictions, but it's undeniable that the coronavirus pandemic is going to be a wake-up call for some people. The virus came to us from China, and the reason it has become so widespread in the US and Europe is because we refused to close our borders early. The main reason Italy became one of the first epicenters is because of the concentration of Chinese migrant labor in the northern part of their country. A globalized economy means there are no more localized epidemics. There are no more regional outbreaks. We're just a handful of non-stop flights away from a disease that should have only been a Chinese problem becoming a global problem. The US invited coronavirus into the country the same way we invite in measles, tuberculosis, and the ice cream challenge. Acceptance and tolerance of outsiders and their different ways of being.
So in this video, I will be making a case for reparations. At first, I'm going to be arguing against some bad arguments for reparations. Don't worry though, as in the second part of the video, I will pivot towards making good arguments for reparations. I simply wish to remove the clutter of bad arguments that I think have actually stood in the way of achieving reparations. So first, what are reparations? When talking about reparations, the word gives us a clue as to what is meant. Repair. Restore to a prior state, repar, or to undo the damage that was done previously. So in the absence of the Atlantic slave trade, what would be the standard of living of blacks who are currently in the United States, when talking about reparations for slavery, for example? Well, we can look to Africa to see that in 2017, the per capita GDP of sub-Saharan Africa was $1,554 per capita. The per capita GDP for the United States was $59,532 in 2017. But to get racial numbers, I did a crude conversion of median household income in the United States in 2016, which was $59,039, or 0.9917 times that of the per capita GDP in 2017, according to the World Bank. So with this divisor, I then took the median household incomes of blacks and whites and then divided them by 0.9917 to get a crude estimate of the per capita GDP of racial groups in the United States. With this, we have blacks at $39,820 per capita, or 26.52 times the material standard of living of blacks within sub-Saharan Africa. So reparations on these grounds would require us to massively reduce Black Americans' standard of living. And obviously that's silly, so this is not an area of argument that can be used for reparations. Now, one counter that is often brought up is that Africa was made poor by European action, making this comparison of US blacks to African blacks' living standard invalid. Two things to say about this. First off, the effect of European colonization on Africa, measured either by time nominally under European control or percentage of the population that is European, is causally related to the per capita GDP of blacks in those countries going up, which is evidence of a positive causal effect of colonialism. And if one is concerned about violent actions taken by these empires either to initially establish the European empires in Africa or to put down later anti-colonial revolts, keep in mind that life expectancy rose under European control, not fell. And this is probably a result of Europeans stopping intertribal war. Again, when talking about reparations, you have to ask what the prior baseline was. The prior baseline in Africa was also economic stagnation. Not only did sub-Saharan Africa stagnate at roughly $500 per capita in 1990 dollars prior to the Berlin Conference, which divided up Africa among the European states, but it had stagnated at this value from 1500 to 1881, which is to say, even during the 300-year period of regular contact with Europe through the slave trade, which is to say, there was zero sign that Africa was going to be like Japan and radically change their society and change their economy in response to prolonged and significant European contact. Africa's economy only began to improve when they were outright taken over by European states. There is zero evidence that European rule stood in the way of some nascent industrial revolution that would have happened if Europe didn't take over Africa. But another problem with this argument is that even if it were true that colonialism made Africa poor, which it didn't, this kind of argument expands the scope beyond white Americans to whites in general. And when talking about reparations, we need to decide who we're talking about and stick to it, not constantly morphing who exactly is being accused so that you can lay all of the things that the white British did at the feet of white Americans. If you want to talk about the net effects of all white people, I'm fine with that, or a particular group, I'm fine with that too. But one tactic I often see is that when talking about good things white people did, advocates of reparations will define the group very narrowly to specific white peoples or even down to specific individuals. But when talking about what to blame white people for, then everything that any white person has ever done is called in. And this kind of double standard may be effective rhetorically. I'm skeptical if it's even effective rhetorically, but it is not going to hold up in a long-term debate, especially a legal argument about reparations. If you want to do something like that, you have to more clearly define the parameters of the debate. Who are you talking about? Reparations from who to whom? And so even if colonialism did make Africa poor, well, that's not anything white Americans really had much to do with. General problems with all reparations for slavery arguments. 1. Black slaves were not U.S. citizens, and what reparations would mean is retroactively applying constitutional rights of U.S. citizens to non-citizens, and then punishing people for not respecting those rights which did not exist at the time, i.e. changing the law, making something illegal, and then punishing people for doing something that was legal at the time. And 2. How does it compare to Africa? Remember, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. You have to positively make the case that slavery made blacks worse off than they would have been had they not been brought to the United States. And so it's not enough to say, this was bad, or I think this was unfair. The reference point is what their situation would have been had they not been brought over from Africa. Another line of argument that I see similar to the income argument is alienated labor, which is to say that surplus value was taken from slaves off the top of what they produced. Some even go so far as to say that slaves weren't paid, which of course is silly since slaves didn't starve, so they were obviously giving something for what they produced. The amount of alienated labor that slaves in the United States lost was not as much as you might think. It was around 12.5%, higher in some years, lower in others depending on the prices of everything. In contrast, short-term loans were at roughly 10%, railroads were at about 8%, meaning that the profit margin on the economy generally, and of course profit is made off of people, you don't make profit off of trees or rocks or anything, profit comes off of living, breathing people. This was about 3 to 4% lower than the profit made off of slaves. Slaves had to be housed, they had to be clothed, they had to be fed. Technically, they had certain legal rights to be allowed leave when they were sick. Some slaves were paid cash for what they did. Some were confined to a plantation, but there were some slaves who actually drove cattle, driving cattle down cattle trails out in the middle of nowhere. And some slaves worked as professionals in cities. So in terms of what slaves produced that was just taken from them because they were slaves, that was at most 4% more than what was taken from the average person in the economy at large. unreasonable hardship of the labor. In 1859, about 15.4% of slaves were not agricultural workers. About 6% were either artisans or construction workers, 6% were unskilled laborers, and about 3.5% were classed as white-collar workers, bookkeepers, managers, etc. The other 74.6% were agricultural workers, but this also includes slaves that worked mostly indoors inside a manor, for example. We don't have any data on black literacy before 1870, when the first census after the Civil War was taken. That year, the black literacy rate was 20.1%. By contrast, India and the continent of Africa did not achieve a 20% literacy rate until 1950. And in the year 1870, that same year, Russia only had a literacy rate of 15%. In 1860, about 53% of the US population was employed in agriculture, but about 80% of the southern white population was employed in agriculture, and about 84.6% of southern blacks were employed in agriculture. Yes, blacks did work in agriculture at a higher rate than whites did, but not as much as you might think, especially compared to whites in the South at the time. In addition, southern black agricultural slaves did not work particularly long years. John F. Olson, in his analysis on productivity of southern cotton farms and free cotton farms, came to the conclusion that black slaves worked 2,798 hours per year versus whites who worked 3,130 hours per year on free white farms. In addition, a natural experiment existed on the Logan family farm from 1952 to 1965, comparing the amount of cotton picked per day on the Logan family farm versus the average slave farm from 1850 to 1860. And slaves picked on average about 3% more cotton per day than the Logan family did, which is evidence that slaves worked about as hard as cotton farmers in the 1950s did. We can also compare the slave diet in 1860 to the free diet in the United States in 1879. Remember, this free diet is 19 years later. Total slave caloric consumption is higher, but they have less meat and less milk, and so the slave diet was probably healthier because they weren't eating the diet of kings and queens, and so they didn't have the health problems of kings and queens. Also keep in mind, the reason slaves could very plausibly have a higher material standard of living than free white farmers did is because slave plantations tended to be on higher quality land. And so even though slaves were giving up between 10 and 15% of what they produced to their lord, or master as it was called, 85% of what a man produced on a plantation could be greater than 100% of what a free white farmer produced on less productive land, and without the efficiencies of specialization you get on a large factory farm. I'm not saying that I know for sure that this is the case, I'm simply saying that this is entirely plausible. The life expectancy of a US slave was about the same as that of most European populations around the world at the time, about 36 years, and only 4 years less than that of the wealthiest populations on the planet at the time, which would be whites in the United States and England. And keep in mind that blacks in the United States have a lower life expectancy than whites in the United States even today. So even this gap could be in whole or in part a function of a genetic difference. There's no reason to just assume that a population that evolved in Africa and a population that evolved in Europe would be genetically predisposed to having the same lifespans. On top of that, US slaves were taller than all contemporary white populations except Swedes and people from Milwaukee in this survey. And Milwaukee, of course, is in Minnesota, which was at the time primarily settled by Swedes. And blacks in the US today are actually slightly shorter than whites in the US today. So the argument that blacks are just naturally taller, so them being taller under slavery is not evidence that they had better nutrition, that's a bad argument because there's no reason to believe that blacks are naturally taller than whites. In fact, based on census data, blacks are slightly shorter than whites. All of the evidence points to slavery in the United States not being a particularly hard amount of work, and by all measures of standard of living, they were better than most people on the planet at the time. In terms of opportunity to work in something other than agriculture, black slaves had more opportunity for professional advancement than, say, a serf in Russia, India, or China, and they certainly had a higher literacy rate as a population than Russia, India, or China. Corporal punishment. On corporal punishment, the only actual number we have comes from the Work Project Administration slave interviews. In these, 30% of slaves reported to have ever faced corporal punishment of any kind. This could include flogging, but it could also include things like being forced to spend the day in stocks, or one example of corporal punishment was having to spend a certain number of hours in a hothouse where you were forced to sweat and not given anything to drink. So 30%, but remember that this is just testimony and should be treated as a maximum value, not a minimum value. Also keep in mind that today, about 16.2% of the black population ever goes to prison in their life, and black slaves did not go to prison during slavery. And since slaves didn't go to prison, corporal punishment was done in lieu of going to prison. And if we take slaves at their word, corporal punishment was done a little less than twice as much as blacks go to prison today. There's this picture here that's blown around everywhere. Okay, what did this guy do? Maybe he raped a kid, and that lashing that he got was, if anything, far less than what he actually deserved. You don't know. His name was Gordon. He was a runaway slave, and the abolitionist who took this photo said that he was whipped for undisclosed reasons. Okay, here's a picture of a guy with his arms blown off. What should we make of this? Here's a picture of a guy being hanged in public. Here's a photo of some guys being hanged in public. Well, the photo was of black people, so they were probably hanged just because they were black. Because that's what people did back then, right? They just went around hanging people for being black. To imagine that white people today doing that would be crazy. You would never imagine white people today doing something like that. But back then, back before you were born and outside of living memory, that's where we can imagine that white people were demons back then who would actually do stuff like that. Breaking up families. This is an argument in which the reparationists come much closer to having a case. According to The Slave Family, a view from the slave narratives by Stephen Crawford, only 51.1% of black families had both parents co-residing. By 1880, this number had increased to around 70%, which is where it stayed until 1970, when it started to decline. By 2011, only 37% of blacks lived in two-parent households, while 75% of whites did. So there you have a 19-point gap between intact families during and after slavery. But once again, what are we comparing this to? How intact were slave families within Africa? Again, the burden is on the reparationists to show that African slave families in the United States were more likely to be broken up than they were in Africa, or if they had been sent off to India, North Africa, or the Middle East. Whites caused their status of enslavement. This argument is that whites caused these black people in the United States to be slaves. I go into this in more detail in a post on my website, but the supply of slaves was almost perfectly inelastic, meaning that about 40% of the population of Africa was a slave to be sold either within Africa or abroad, and this number was fixed and did not change in response to demand. The slavers couldn't just decide to increase their production of slaves. There wasn't some slave factory somewhere, and evidence of this is seen in what is known as the inelasticity of supply, that prices go up almost vertically with any increase in demand. This is in economics evidence that supply cannot be increased for the good, and you end up with an auction situation where potential buyers just bid up and up and up on a finite number of goods, in this case, people, slaves. And remember, the Atlantic slave trade as a whole only constituted about 10.15% of the total African slave trade at the time, i.e. from 1525 to 1866. Most black slaves remained in Africa. But on the question of reparations, we're talking about white Americans, not all white people worldwide. And the United States only brought in about 388,000 black slaves, which would represent only 0.28% of the whole of the African slave trade. This is certainly not plausible to cause any increase in the number of blacks in Africa who were enslaved. even if the slavers had the potential to increase production of slaves in response to increased demand, which as we've seen they probably didn't have that ability, this still wouldn't plausibly be enough to change the behavior of slavers to increase the number of slaves that they got. All of this is to say that the United States probably didn't cause a single black person to be a slave. If the United States didn't buy those slaves, they would have either remained slaves in Africa or be sold to Brazil or to India or to some Arab country. Rape. What about the white slave owners who raped black women constantly, as anti-slavery drawings love to depict? Well, Thaddeus Russell, in A Renegade History of the United States, addresses this, saying, quote, "Statistics further suggest that rapes were rare on plantations. Most people of mixed race in the South were either slaves who lived in cities, where opportunities for interracial liaisons were far greater, or were free. According to the 1860 census, 20% of urban slaves and 39% of free blacks in southern cities were mulattoes. Of the slave population as a whole, mulattoes made up only 7.7% in 1850 and 10.4% in 1860. Moreover, only 1.2% of the former slaves interviewed by the Works Progress Administration in the 1930s reported being raped by a master, only 5.8% reported hearing about the rape of another slave, and only 4.5% said that one of their parents had been white. According to Fogel and Angerman, all of the available evidence taken together indicates that the share of Negro children fathered by whites on slave plantations probably averaged between 1 and 2%. Even Fogel and Angerman's most hostile critics concede that it was no more than 8%. There is also evidence of significant numbers of consensual relations between white men and slave women, which would make the percentage of slave children produced by rape even smaller. One thing I will note is that this idea of masters raping slaves sounds similar to the idea of prima noctis, the myth of lords who would rape peasant women, with the idea that they had the right of first lie. Today, about 20% of black women report having been raped. Whites gained from slavery. Okay, if white Americans didn't cause blacks to be slaves, certainly they benefited from having slaves. This gain is ill-gotten, and thus blacks deserve that back. Well, perhaps the actual men who actually ran the slave plantations benefited. The ones who actually had slaves and a large estate to profit off of slavery. But even this isn't certain, because in the absence of slavery, what would these people have otherwise invested in? Because you have to have a certain amount of wealth up front to be able to buy slaves anyway. They would have invested in railroads or types of manufacturing. On average, these things were about 4% to 3% less profitable than slaves, but those things scale up. Even though slavery is more profitable, it is an economic dead end, which is why the North ended up having much more economic upside from investing in industry than the South did by investing in slaves, even though slaves were technically more profitable than industry. Slavery doesn't go anywhere, whereas industry builds on itself. And so it's not a certainty that even these people, the literal slave masters and the plantation owners, ultimately benefited from slavery. And whites in general certainly did not. Whites in the North did not gain, as the North paid about 80% of all tariffs, and more government money was put into southern railroads than into northern railroads. The idea that the South was taxed to fund northern industrial development is just wrong. The funds went in the opposite direction. The South was not being bled with the tariff. The North paid 80% of the tariff. And one thing that a lot of people don't know is that northern agriculture was actually more valuable than southern agriculture, and the value of cereals was greater than the value of cotton. In fact, the combined value of hay and potatoes gave King Cotton a pretty good run for its money. But really, we all know that slavery doesn't make a country wealthy. Brazil had more slaves in absolute and relative terms than the United States, and Brazil was much poorer. The countries which were the center of industrial revolution, the wealthiest countries in the world at the time, in Western Europe, were the first to outlaw slavery, and they did so long before they ever conquered the rest of the world. And the fact that slavery makes a society generally poor is a truism that we all know. But as soon as black slavery in the United States is brought up, then we must suddenly assume that it was profit off of them that industrialized the North. But for whatever reason, profit off of slavery did not fund industrialization in the South. It all just went north where they didn't have slaves. So this bizarre argument that slavery benefited whites in the US isn't the application of a general historical economic principle, but it's something that is only done when talking about black slaves in the United States specifically. Moreover, the general backwardness of the South and countries like Brazil compared to the northern United States and countries like England and Germany should be considered evidence against this idea that slaves fund the development of the rest of the economy of a country. Whites in the US would have been much better off without slavery, just as all countries are better off without slavery. Blacks, however, as we have seen, would have been about 25 times worse off without the Atlantic slave trade. But even on this, remember, your modern conception of rights versus conceptions of rights at the time, and punishing someone for doing something that would later be illegal. So even if whites did gain from slavery, which they did not, you would have to point out what rights were violated. And the answer is none, because they didn't have rights because they weren't US citizens. They were physically in the United States, sure, but legally they were still in Africa. Think of it like this. Would it make a difference if the slave masters didn't import slaves, but went to Africa instead and set up the cotton slave plantations within Africa? No, it would make no substantive difference. So why should it make any difference if those plantations just so happened to be physically located in Brazil or India or Yemen or the southeastern United States? Why should the question of whether they were entitled to US constitutional rights be predicated on where on the map the slave owners decided to set up their plantation? Inequality today. So now let's move past slavery and get into segregation. After 1865, we're not dealing with slaves shipped over from Africa, but now we're dealing with formal US citizens. And so past this point, being better off than Africa isn't enough. They're now full US citizens and are entitled to all the rights of a citizen, but no more than that. One argument that is constantly put forward for reparations is the mere existence of economic inequality between racial groups. That inequality itself is evidence of the effects of oppression. But this creates a morally hazardous situation where one group can just suck and use their suckiness as evidence that other groups are oppressing them. I'm not necessarily saying that this is what blacks in the US are doing, but the fact that this could potentially happen means that inequality per se cannot be treated as prima facie evidence of oppression. Some groups can be poorer or wealthier than other groups based simply on the pathologies and collective decisions and norms of that group, as well as their genetics. And on genetics, I have my opinions, but at the very least, we can say it hasn't been ruled out. For all those who say we must find the genes to prove anything is a function of genes in humans, I disagree with that standard, as this would nullify basically all of biology and all hereditary studies. But for the sake of argument, let's go with this. Let's say you have to find the gene to establish that anything is genetic. Well, this cuts the other way. Based on this find the gene standard, you can't say something is not a function of genetics if you haven't found all the genes and what they do, right? Because there could be some set of genes that explain all of the group differences. So if you haven't found all the genes and what they all do, you can't just say everything is down to environment now. The find the gene standard implies that one cannot infer genetic causation without finding the specific genes, but then to be consistent, you must also say that you can't assume something is non-genetic unless you have ruled out all potential genetic causes, which is to say that the mere existence of inequality cannot be assumed to be non-genetic. And if it is non-genetic, well, even then, it could still be a result of bad decisions of the poor group and whatever bad pathologies and norms are causing them to be poor internally, not a result of oppression from external. Which is to say, the mere existence of inequality is not evidence of oppression or a requirement for reparations. school quality. Prior to 1952, black schools had, on average, about half the funding that white schools had. Now, we don't get things like the National Assessment of Educational Progress until later, and frankly, I don't trust those results, because the people administering the tests are precisely those people with an incentive to cheat. But it doesn't matter because we have IQ data that long predates NAEP data. So first, we can look at war draftee data and the IQ gap between blacks and whites. In World War I, the IQ gap was 1.116 standard deviations, or 17.4 points. In World War II, it was 1.52 standard deviations, or 22.8 points, and it was the same in Vietnam. You might say, weird sample, there's something going on, but I don't know what it is. Fair enough. We can also look at black-white word sum score gaps by birth cohort, which come from the United States government's General Social Survey. Blacks tend to do better on verbal than nonverbal tests, and the full-scale IQ differences between blacks and whites is inferred based on this. So here we see blacks in the time when they were getting less school funding doing about as well as blacks who started to get the same amount of school funding as we get closer and closer to Roe v. Wade. It's not until the 1940s and 1950s children when you start to get past Roe v. Wade. An analysis done by Human Varieties looking at 700 studies over the 20th century found a slight narrowing of the black-white IQ gap. However, the gap actually widened immediately after Roe v. Wade and the Civil Rights Act. Now, I don't think Roe v. Wade and civil rights actually caused the gap to widen. I'm simply saying that whatever effect those had was inconsequential enough to be lost in the noise. In fact, if we go back to Shuey's analysis, which goes back to 1921, and combine that with the Human Varieties data, we can see that the black-white IQ gap has been widening since at least the 1920s, peaked in the 1970s, and then rapidly narrowed, and then flatlined in the 2000s. In addition, we know that changes in school funding over time in the United States has not increased standardized test scores, with all the caveats of how meaningful standardized test scores administered by the schools themselves even are. And we know from lottery voucher studies that someone who applies for a voucher and gets one does just as well as someone who applies for a voucher and doesn't get one. You may think lottery voucher studies are cruel, as it's literally a lottery as to whether or not you get to go to the supposedly good school or have to stay in the supposedly bad school, but they function as a natural experiment with a random sample, and they show that it's the people applying for the voucher that matters, not the school itself. So currently existing variation in school quality doesn't really matter. I'm not saying that schools couldn't be improved across the board. I'm simply saying that there's not much difference in terms of whether or not you go to a quote-unquote good school or a quote-unquote bad school. The algebra they teach at one school is the same as the algebra they teach at another school. This is also the same for universities. The physics they teach at Oklahoma State is the same physics they teach at MIT, but that's another rant for another time. Some may argue that while variation in school funding may not matter much today, it could have mattered a lot back in the 1880s, where having half as much money for schools was the difference between having a pencil and paper and not having a pencil and paper. That's why I brought up the IQ data, as that seems to speak against this. And if you want to say that this had an effect and use it as a cause for reparations, well, you have to prove that. And the IQ data is evidence that disparity in school funding didn't really matter, because blacks in the 1880s had a relatively higher IQ compared to whites than blacks in the 1920s, who had a relatively higher IQ than blacks in the 1940s, who had a relatively higher IQ than blacks in the 1970s. Also, I didn't consider that people watching this may have silly notions about IQ. IQ is massively predictive of life outcomes. It is the best general psychological predictor across the board, period. And it has survived more ideologically driven assault than any other psychometric, and it's still here, and it's still the king. What matters in science is predictive validity. A theory is accepted if it actually works. That's what matters, predictive validity, and IQ is king in terms of predictive validity. But the next thing to consider is that a lot of this discussion as to whether the lower black school funding had any effect is irrelevant anyway, because the next problem is that this notion of school as a public good, this is something that came later anyway. And so the idea of having an equality of schools was seen as silly, as being required to enforce an equality of shoes, for example. It was only when the general mentality shifted towards schools being a public good did there come some demands to make whites pay for as nice a schools as they had for blacks. And so today you have people projecting a modern mentality which views schools as a public good onto people in the past who considered schools a private good, which is to say that your view of some inequality as being an injustice is dependent largely on whether or not you happen to see that thing as a public or private good, and that's just a matter of opinion. Prison sentences. One fact that surprises a lot of people is the ratio of incarceration between blacks and whites is higher now than it was in 1960, or especially 1930, the supposed heart of Jim Crow. In addition, the black multiple of white median prison time served is virtually the same between 1952 and 2009. These aren't cherry-picked numbers. These are actually just the 3 years the authors looked at in the report, which I'm using, that I forgot the name of, but will be in the description. And an analysis of prison time served in the 14 states of the South in 1937, smack dab in the heart of Jim Crow and smack dab in the South, well, it's right in line with the other years for the United States as a whole. So it doesn't look like the Jim Crow South gave particularly harsh sentences, at least no more than courts in the United States currently do. Also, in case people don't know, blacks are more likely to be repeat offenders, and repeat offenders get longer sentences for the same crime. And there's also the possibility that blacks are committing more severe crimes within any given class on average, i.e. that a black robbery is on average for a higher amount than a white robbery. Another factor could be courtroom behavior, and this is based on the fact that when IQ is controlled for, black-white differences in sentence time for first offense goes away. So when you control for the IQ of the defendant and you control for whether or not they committed a crime previously, the race differences in average sentences goes away. And people with higher IQ, I suspect, would have better courtroom behavior, and so I think the entirety of the current black-white disparity in sentence length, both today and in the past, even in the heart of the Jim Crow South, is entirely a function of courtroom behavior and being a repeat offender. Another argument for reparations is that the court system is unfair to blacks as it is more likely to put blacks in prison in the first place. Now, this argument would be one which isn't based on anything that happened in the Jim Crow era, but is more recent as this racial disparity in ever going to prison has increased over time. The question, though, is, are blacks being unfairly targeted? A disparity could just be that blacks are committing more crimes. And in fact, that should be your default standpoint on this if you don't have any evidence of bias. After all, in shooting reaction experiments, police actually had more delay on shooting a black person than a white person, and shot more innocent white bystanders than black bystanders in simulations. And police with body cameras are actually more likely to use physical force against a black suspect than a policeman without a body camera is. But the way we really know that race differences in incarceration are probably in alignment with how much crime is actually committed, give or take maybe 10%, is the homicide data. With homicides, there's a dead body, so you don't have to deal with the question of what gets reported or not. With homicide, they almost all get reported, and it's not CSI. Most cases are plea bargains, and it's not a mystery who done it. In other crimes, like rape and assault especially, it's more subjective and subject to reporting. And given that blacks are actually more overrepresented in homicide than they are in crimes which have more subjectivity and reporting variance, this is evidence that, if anything, black crime overall is being underreported, given that homicide sticks out compared to the rest. We can also look at the National Crime Victimization Surveys. That surveys of people who claim to have been a victim of a crime report the same proportion of blacks as perpetrators as the police do, which is evidence that the police, on drug crime and racial disparity, the problem is that claims that blacks use less illegal drugs than whites are based on surveys. And if you survey blacks and whites and ask them how much crime they commit generally, blacks will tell you that they commit fewer crimes of all types than whites do. We know blacks are lying about crime in general, so why should we trust blacks on surveys about drug crimes? When trying to figure out if someone is criminal, you don't ask them. That's retarded. But that's what is done to establish that blacks are less likely to be regular illegal drug users than whites. In addition, blacks make up 38.8% of the prison population for drug crimes, but make up over 40% of the prison population for all crimes. Which is to say, there's no evidence that blacks are being unfairly targeted by drug laws any more than they are targeted by laws against crime in general. This is not an endorsement of the war on drugs. That's a different topic. I'm merely saying that these laws are not being unfairly applied on the basis of race. Public hangings. Public hangings and various other forms of public execution have been around for at least as long as known history, and probably well before that. For some reason though, public hangings in the United States are called lynchings. The myth about lynchings is that blacks were unfairly targeted by these. But when you simply factor in the proportion of the population of the South that was black, the black multiple of whites who were publicly executed was actually lower than the black multiple of whites who are sentenced to prison for violent crimes today. This, of course, raises a hard question. Is the current legal system as horribly biased against blacks as the lynch mobs were, or maybe the lynch mobs, for the most part, got it right? Well, based on the above evidence, it looks more like the lynch mobs got it right than that the current legal system is horribly biased against black people. The first thing to note is that today, banks are not unfairly racially biased in their lending, because the reality is, for a given credit score, blacks are less likely to pay back a loan than whites are. So yes, banks today explicitly discriminate on the basis of race, but in terms of failure rates, the races default at the same rate, meaning a black person with a credit score of 450 is going to be about the same risk as a white person with a credit score of 400, and so they get the same loan, and so both of these groups default at the same rate. The banks are accurately assessing risk, and there's all these articles decrying discrimination in loans, and it's just nuts. If you think the banks are leaving money on the table, then give out the loans yourself. Not you personally, but people who fancy themselves progressives as a collective have a lot of money. They could start lending. If you think blacks or whoever is being unfairly discriminated against, well, that's a profit opportunity for you. Put your money where your mouth is. Organize and give these people loans at the same rate as whites for a given credit score. Now, they tried this back in 2007 to 2008, and it resulted in what was called the subprime mortgage crisis, and the lenders all had to be bailed out by the government, although really this policy goes back to the beginning of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, that all the critics of redlining and loan discrimination were telling lenders to do. We actually did that. And in 2007 to 2008, the result was hundreds of billions of dollars of bad loans and a general economic recession, and it did not result in a bunch of black people getting nicer houses. Now, a variation of this argument on loan discrimination is that blacks were forced into bad neighborhoods. That even if they weren't being discriminated against, blacks were sort of funneled and shunted into bad areas. And this always struck me as a very odd argument, because what makes a quote-unquote bad area? For example, the cities of Detroit and St. Louis are, on the whole, considered bad areas today, and they are majority black. Now, were Detroit and St. Louis always bad neighborhoods? Were they quote-unquote bad neighborhoods when they were majority white? No, they were not. So this idea that blacks were forced into bad areas, it's a bogus argument because it assumes the very thing it's trying to prove. That blacks were forced into bad areas, implying what? That certain buildings or roads or particular places on the map are inherently poor or something? It's really silly. It's really facetious. So the first problem with the idea that racial segregation caused the black-white income gap is that the black-white income gap has been remarkably stable. In 1880, within the South, blacks earned about 58.36% of what whites earned. In the North, they earned 73.51%. At first blush, you may assume that this lower percentage in the South is just a result of the racism of the South. Okay, but it could just be that the blacks who managed to get north were just better people, either for genetic reasons or for circumstantial reasons that made them just better people, and as a result, their population was relatively closer to that of whites than blacks in the South were. In arguing for reparations, you can't just assume that blacks in the North and blacks in the South behave the same. In 2016, blacks in the US had a median household income that was 63.84% of the white median household income. This is for the whole country. In 1880, if you compared blacks to the whole country, their median income would have been only 37% of the white income. But that is simply because the South itself was so poor. And so if you go back in census data, you'll see what looks like a narrowing of the black-white income gap from 1880 to 1970. And technically, yes, that is happening. But it was a function of the economic rise of the South from its parlor state in 1865, not a rise of blacks in particular. You can say there was a narrowing from 1972 to 2016, 1972 being the first year the census differentiated Hispanic from non-Hispanic whites, which is why I used it as a starting point here, and then proclaim that this is the result of the 1965 Civil Rights Act. Well, maybe, but another explanation would be this is simply a result of direct racial quotas, or affirmative action as its euphemism. For example, for the same education level, whites tend to have an IQ of about 10 points higher than a black person. Of course, today, private companies try to guard against this by factoring in the over-credentialization of blacks and when looking at applications, but government jobs can't do this, and so you end up with blacks being given an inside track to government work. Because private companies can look at this affirmative action and say, oh, blacks are over-credentialed, so I'm gonna mark you down for being black on your application because I know it's easier for you to get a credential because you're black. So private companies do that, governments cannot do this. And as a result, blacks have a huge advantage because of affirmative action in getting credentials, in getting government jobs, though not necessarily private sector jobs. The second problem with the segregation hurt black income argument is that there's no correct black income that you can point to here. Is the correct black income, or the fair amount of income as a multiple of whites that blacks get, is it 50% of white income? Is it 60%? Is it 100%? Is it 150%? Why not 200%? Why isn't 200% the correct number? Why not in a fair and just hypothesized society, in an idealized society, why wouldn't blacks earn twice what whites earn? Why do we assume it would be 100% of white income? Why not 200%? Why not 300%? Why not 10%? This idea that blacks earning the same as whites earning is what would happen in a hypothetical, fair, totally fair society, this is just made up. You have no idea what it would be. The number that it is now could be what you would get in a hypothetical fair society. Now, the third problem with demanding reparations for racial segregation was that it was considered fully constitutional at the time. Now, I think I've done enough to establish that whatever economic effect segregation had on blacks, it probably wasn't very large. But let's say segregation had negative economic effects on blacks. Okay, well, one family not allowing you to be part of their family business, that may result in you being poor as well. So that's sort of a family level segregation that excludes you from business opportunities. Or a special religious convent not allowing you into their schools could, in theory, make you worse off, although as seen previously, it probably wouldn't. But for the sake of argument, let's say this going to this school tends to cause you to be much more successful in life. If you're excluded from that school because you're not part of the religious convent and they don't take converts, well, should they be forced at gunpoint to allow you into their special school that they made? Because even if this were the case, that prohibiting blacks from certain white businesses and schools actually made them poor, which I don't think it really did, well, oh well. Segregation on the macro scale was seen as just as legitimate as segregation on the micro scale. It's your business, it's your school, it's your neighborhood, let in or not let in whoever you want. And for 176 years, from 1789 to 1965, this was considered constitutional. So you can't hold it against white people for not knowing that in the future, that these at the time, completely normal and common sense rights to exclude would be considered unconstitutional, and then retroactively demand money from their grandchildren for whatever monetary loss you claim to have faced by not having access to whites. And here's a hot take. The right to racial segregation in private and government organizations is constitutional, and the courts today, 1965, have gone rogue. And it's quite simple. The people who actually wrote the Constitution, the document themselves, they upheld the right to racial segregation between whites and free blacks and Native Americans or Catholics or whoever someone didn't want to deal with. They supported the right of entire towns to exclude Catholics from being allowed to enter the town, for example. And so you had 176 years of legal precedent. The founders themselves both allowed and practiced racial segregation, and nowhere in the Constitution did they prohibit it. Now, if you want to say that the founders who wrote the Constitution didn't really understand what it meant and they got it wrong, and that the courts in 1965 understood the true meaning of the Constitution and they got it right, well, okay, that's one thing to consider. But when arguing about reparations, you cannot hold it against whites who before 1965 practiced something that the courts themselves said was constitutional. You can't have the courts saying, oh, racial segregation is constitutional for 176 years, and then at the end of that 176 years say, oh, racial segregation is not constitutional, now you have to pay for the previous 176 years of racial segregation. And one side that people don't appreciate is that in segregation, blacks had a monopoly. If you were black and the white movie theater wouldn't let you in, you had to go to a black-owned movie theater. This gave black businesses a monopoly on black customers in whatever was being segregated. Once segregation ended, these monopolies were lost. And so whether segregation helped or hurt blacks, and yes, I said helped, as that is a possibility, this is an empirical question, very much like debates on protectionism versus free trade. Black businesses got all the black customers as segregation protected them from competition with white businesses, but they didn't have any access to white customers. Is this a good or bad trade-off for the black population as a whole? Well, that's not something that you can just assume to be one way or the other, just as you can't just assume that in all cases free trade is better than a certain amount of tariffs. Certainly the Chinese believe a certain amount of protection from foreign industries is beneficial to their development. Why wouldn't a certain level of protectionism be beneficial to black economic development? And that's something that, however much you hate the idea of Jim Crow and hate the idea of segregation, that was one thing that it provided. Okay, so in this video, all this time, I've been making a case against reparations. I'm sure a lot of people are listening to this video going, when is he going to get to it? When is he going to make the case for reparations? Well, here it is, and it's probably not something you've ever thought of, but it's actually fairly simple and fairly straightforward. Unlike all the other arguments previously for reparations, this is something that you can very quickly and very directly and simply quantify in a rather objective way what the cost is. In 2014, the net cost of black people per capita was about $10,000 per person in terms of government use minus taxes paid. Now, if you assign all military spending to whites, this only goes down to $7,700 net cost for each black person, right? That's after assigning all military costs to whites. This is about $300 billion. Now, for race and government use, I didn't factor in blacks, for example, using more police, using more court and prison funding, using a higher proportion of special ed or behavioral disorder costs in schools, using more of things like EBT. I just said below a certain level, we'll just assume all government use is equal between the races. I'm not even going to go there on all those little things. I'm just looking at the big entitlement programs. So these are extremely generous estimates for my part. So the first argument for reparations would be the direct financial cost of blacks to whites over time. Now, I haven't done this for the years after 2014 because I'm kind of lazy, but if it's $300 billion per year since 2014, well, we're already at $1.2 trillion that blacks owe whites in reparations. And this is a very clear amount. It's not a vague amount. It's not a blank check. It's a very clear, straightforward amount. And we can say, here's why you owe this. And it's right on the balance sheet. It's much more straightforward than things like, oh, segregation caused them to have lower incomes than they would have otherwise had in a hypothetical universe where there wasn't segregation. No. This is much more straightforward than that. Now, a more rigorous researcher could dig down further and maybe find another $200 billion or so in there, would be my guesstimate of how much more there is. But we don't even have to do that. Let's just go with the big entitlement spending and tax revenue differentials. That alone gives us $1.2 trillion. Another cost would be, say, city destruction. This is a little bit more hard to measure. It would be, for example, the influx of blacks into Detroit, which forced whites out of the city, creating suburbs, and so whites having to commute more, and of course having to build a new building for whenever you move your business out of St. Louis or out of Detroit. And you also have to reconstitute all the supply chains to the new area, right? All the infrastructure of these cities is lost because they were filled with blacks, and the blacks took over the government and Africanized it. Now, the city destruction and the cost of city destruction, this is much more complex than the simple direct budgetary cost of blacks. And this would require, say, a committee agreed upon beforehand to assess the dislocation costs and put a price tag on the cost of commuting, for example. And a third argument for reparations would be the system of privilege. This is affirmative action, or the anti-white race laws in all its forms, and most people don't quite realize just how severe this is. For example, as mentioned previously, for any education level, black people have an IQ of about 10 points lower than whites at a similar level. And on an application, being black is worth 230 SAT points going into a university, and a similar standard deviation advantage in GPA and extracurriculars. This is predictably resulting in employers devaluing degrees, since so many of these universities aren't letting in the best anymore and bringing in people based on all sorts of stupid quotas and goals. This is an efficiency cost. There's an efficiency cost to affirmative action and bringing in unqualified blacks into an organization as opposed to the better qualified whites. There's even evidence based on patent data that not having blacks results in a country being more innovative. And by that I mean a country with 10,000 white people will be more innovative than a country with 10,000 white people plus 10,000 black people. And we can speculate as to why this would be, as to why the simple presence of blacks in your country drains resources and mental energy away from whites to deal with the blacks who are now here. Okay, so obviously I don't support forcing black people to pay white people trillions of dollars. The point of that is that the supposed oppression whites have put upon blacks just evaporates when placed under the most rudimentary scrutiny, and white people have a much less roundabout and a much more direct argument to make for being entitled to reparations in the collective, race-based sense. On slavery, the correct response from a white person is, you're welcome. You're welcome for ending slavery worldwide, making Africa better off, and allowing your ancestors the much better life as a slave in the Americas as opposed to being a slave in Africa, or worse, being a slave in Asia. And of course, ultimately allowing you a fantastic life as a black person in the United States compared to how most of the world lives. On the issue of segregation, the correct response for a white person is, you don't have a right to access to whites. During segregation, the reason blacks had lower school funding is because schools were funded by local taxes, because schools were seen as more of a private good, not a public good. Whites weren't taking money away from blacks, and blacks in the US were never poor. That's another point to make here. Blacks were never poor in a global sense. Blacks in the US, as far back as 1865 and probably well before that, were wealthier than Russians. Always keep that in mind, that at no point since 1865 have blacks in the US been poorer than Russians. And you don't hear Russians talking about how their schools are bad or that they're put upon because they don't have access to white Americans or any of that garbage. Whites weren't taking money away from blacks, and the situation of blacks in terms of literacy rate and professional skills right after slavery was better than that of the Chinese or Indians or Africans, and certainly better than that of African slaves. A pinch test in all of this for who is oppressed is who is fleeing who. The oppressed flees the oppressor, right? If you're actually being oppressed, your thoughts center around escape. Okay, who is the white fleeing? When blacks move into an area, whites leave. What countries are black immigrants flocking to? Well, they're flocking to white European countries. Why are they going to white European countries if blacks are so oppressed and put upon there? So before you think of me as being aggressive or mean in this video, honey, I'm just punching back. What's amazing is you have all of this over-the-top anti-white race hate being publicly funded at universities. And there's this whole historical narrative that's being pushed in schools directly squared at demonizing whites. And this narrative about what slavery was like, and even what segregation was like, was established before any of the studies were done, before any of the empirical research was being done. Let me ask you this. All the hubbubaloo about the Civil Rights Act and about how blacks were put upon by segregation, what was that? That was a media and politician-created event. Was Martin Luther King citing a bunch of statistics? Was Martin Luther King presenting data and evidence that blacks have a raw deal from segregation? No, he made emotional appeals that were amplified by news media. That's why it mattered. Martin Luther King running around saying stuff doesn't matter. What mattered was that he was signal boosted by the institutional media, and then government came around and put it in place. And after that happened, then all the history books started saying segregation was a real put upon for blacks. That's it. That's what happened. There was no studies being done. There was no data analysis. The Civil Rights Act wasn't proven. It was something that was pushed through emotion and force. And when I question the underlying historical narrative, the underlying oppression narrative, people act as if I'm bashing some sort of victim group or as if I'm the aggressor here. Blacks aren't victims. Blacks aren't even poor. Blacks aren't disadvantaged, and they never were. On slavery, you're welcome. On segregation, you don't have a right to access to whites. You're not put upon. You're actually coddled and privileged, and nobody owes you anything.